الو يا جماعة.
Hello, doctor.
Hello, doctor.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
طب ليه كده؟ Why I cannot hear? Mr. Ahmed, can you hear me? Can you say something?
Yes, doctor, I can see and I am hearing you.
They are talking.
Yes, they are talking. Yes. It's okay. The most important that I did start recording. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, doctor.
Okay. Alhamdulillah. Now I can hear you as well. Hello, Mr. Bassem.
كله موجود. كله موجود. الحمد لله. لو ايه كنا لا هي نفسنا صدق العظمه اخر 10 دقايق دي توصل فيها.
I was wondering why Mr. Bassem is not here in the beginning of class.
Everyone. Those with coffee. Wake up early.
Yeah, my husband actually told me when I'm going, everybody will be online. I said, no.
Okay, go to home. Take it online.
No, I said to him, you are Egyptian thinking. I am not Egyptian thinking.
No, I prefer the.
Okay, yes. Me too. All right. So, anyways, this is wherever we stopped last time. As you remember, we started our discussion about the standard costing, which is quite often waiting for the company to appropriately assign different types of the costs, especially whenever different departments are responsible for purchasing manager, whatever he stands. Whatever the purchasing manager says, is going to be towards his benefit. However, by buying lower quality material and as a result reducing the price, he might be in the long run negatively affecting the production management because whenever lower quality is purchased, it might be negatively affecting on the amount of work that will be needed. And as a result, the quantity that we actually use might be higher, simply because of nothing but of the quality of purchasing manager decisions. So therefore, whenever we are looking at standard-based costing, the first step, of course, is to establish those standards. The manager is usually given the task to go around and from purchasing department find out what is historical standard pricing that is used. From the observation and maybe HR manager might be used in order to give feedback of how much actual quantity of labor was used. Why upset? Yeah, why upset today? All Egyptians are very happy. This is your happy face.
Normal, but sleeping face. As you say, sleeping.
Yes, normal is overcoming. Okay, alhamdulillah. So this was actually shown to you, if you remember before. Oops, like So with the standard-based costing, we are usually starting with establishing our observable and detectable costs, which are related to the material. Most of the time, the standard-based costing is used, of course, in a flexible budgeting in order to take care of the actual components and actual prices that has been dictated by the reality, in order then to give the feedback for the appropriate managers and later on, continue between the benchmark. As we will discover in the end, not always standard-based costing is actually having only advantages, but in general, whenever the company can establish those costs which are not changing as a standard in the yearly period, in that case, it's actually advantages for the management because immediately get the feedback and interfere with what might be going wrong or right. So with these numbers, we'll be working on the rest of the calculations in order to analyze the three sources of discrepancies. Discrepancies related to the direct material used or purchased, discrepancies related to direct labor used or purchased, and discrepancies related to the manufacturing overhead. Again, at the time, whenever the company is constantly changing the standards, probably the management will have to find out a little bit different solution. In that case, standards will be established on the monthly basis. Like in Egypt, for instance, prices are constantly going up and down, especially whenever I'm importing or exporting something. So as the result, I might be constantly overlooking at this table and having a dedicated team, which will be constantly gathering an information to readjust the standard. Why standards need to be readjusted sometimes? Again, because when the environment is unpredictable, it will not be fair to punish somebody or to encourage somebody based on the outdated numbers that are not related to this period activity. Yes.
Standard numbers is based on historical numbers, but only.
Based on the most recent one, yes. Not historical overall, but for instance, I can.
Most recent year,
Most recent year, yes.
but we can add some expectation, some planning.
We can, yes, we can establish the standard based on our predicted prices rather than or based on the predicted amount of the labor that will be required. For example, as an HR manager, I might be observing that nowadays people are getting more training before they're accepted to work. So obviously, even the previous direct labor amount. Exactly. So, but it is all based on actual, reasonable expectation.
New lease, not for new line, new.
For yes, for example, as in my university, for instance, if I am an HR manager who will be constantly communicating information to the upper management, if I would be observing in general that the quality of the people who are hired is higher than before, I would be revising the number of hours that would be required for them to complete some certain activity, instead of sticking to the old one. Yes, normally the companies are only encouraged to have as updated standard as possibly as they can. But also, again, reasonable estimation should be with solid accuracy, because by the end of the day, if I am going to be expecting that employees will be working only will need 2 hours in order to complete this task, but in the reality, my expectation is only remaining to be expectation. So as a result, I will be punishing people who might be not qualified to perform the labor during this period of time. So it's all based on the general information available in the company and accuracy of information that is being fed into creating this set of standards. But we will stick to these three categories whenever we will be now analyzing our variance related to direct material. They will be subdivided into two: price-related variance as well as quantity-related variance. The related to labor, total labor variance is just actual minus budgeted. However, whenever I'm looking into the total, it might be disturbing for me some sort of information. I will be immediately blaming production manager only for whatever observation will be. When in the reality, the variance might be coming from two sources. Something related to price, the price that has been paid for employees might be higher or lower than whatever is my standard. And the output created by employees might be higher or lower. So whenever I'm subdividing it into two categories, I will be able to more accurately pinpoint what is the problematic area. The same applies to people overheads. We will establish the standard based on the most recent and accurate data. However, in the reality, the rates might be different because prices increased, or the quality that has been used in the actual life might be different depending on the output, because by the end of the day, the more I create, the lower might be my actual quality of the output provided by my manufacturing overhead. But let's go one by one. And we already started based on the example related to company. This is a general scheme. Yes.
What's the equivalent to under post military or software company?
In the software, probably they will be looking at, we will start our discussion today. The costing will be based on the understanding what kind of department am I dealing with. Because some of the departments are treated as a cost center, whenever they don't have any control on the profit, but they have the control on the cost. So this cost will be then calculated based on whatever was predetermined, okay, observable costs that the department has been generating, and compared to the actual cost reported by this department at the end of the period. If it is a profit center, which is responsible for cost and profit, again, standards will be established based on which extent of the control is available for the management. But in the reality, you can easily apply that to any kind of company. However, different methods of observation of detecting the costs need to be applied with care. Okay, we cannot, some of the costs you cannot just establish the proper standards, right? So in that case, it's going to be just the general reporting from different departments, analyzing this information and seeing your expected versus the actual, without going deeply into the standard. However, as soon as you are capable to establish the standard, definitely it will create a better benchmarking ability. Do all companies use it? Not all. Only whenever you reasonably and accurately can establish that. If you can't, it's just budget, I'm expecting that my sales can be that much, in the reality my sales is that much, let me see whether I'm doing better or worse. So this is just a way of going a little bit deeper into the same total variances that we have been looking at in the previous chapter, flexible budget. As you remember, we were first of all comparing the budget versus actual. And then we saw that whenever we're actually dealing with flexible budgeting, it's giving us better story because it is depicting the level of activity that actually has been performed by the company. Okay. So this is a general scheme which we will be applying. In the reality, it's nothing complicated. We just have to remember that the price variance is taken into consideration just as much as the difference between the actual price that paid and the again standard price. So it's one minus another and actually multiplied by actual level of activity. They are showing it to you here as a formula, but so this multiplied by this actual times actual price, actual output times standard price. But in the reality, you can simplify it, right? If you will take the actual quantity out of the parentheses, we will be left with actual price minus standard price, as much as it is multiplied by actual quantity. And here there is nothing but difference between the actual quantity and the standard quantity. Both of them multiplied by that standard price in order to see what kind of actual output has been related to my ability to use my resources correctly. Once we are done with these two calculations and establishing is it favorable or unfavorable, then we will be capable to see what is the total variance. Sometimes most of them are favorable, so it will result in the total variance to be bigger than each one of them individually. Sometimes one is favorable, another one is unfavorable. If they are canceling each other, the total variance will be equal to zero. So the only reason for us to go deeper is to now know who to blame. Is it not the purchasing manager fault, or is it the production manager fault? These calculations will be applied across the board to calculate the three, why I'm skipping because we already went through that, to calculate the three levels of the variances related to direct material, direct labor, as well as manufacturing overhead, all performed in the same manner. We already looked also in the beginning of this example, whenever the standard has been established. So I am expecting to use 0.1 kilograms or 100 grams of fiber fill, and I'm expecting, because my previous costs were $5 per that amount, and last month we were having 210 kilograms used. This is the actual data. And they were producing 2,000 amount of the output. So the material cost is going to be 1,029 according to the actual. In order to make the direct material variances, we need to calculate price variance and the quantity variance. Also, we looked at this example already. That's why I'm going to be fast tracking. So it's as much as making those calculations fairly easy, just not to mix up the items. So from where do we get this 200 kilograms? From where did we get this 200, which is the standard quantity? Based on what?
2,000 divided by monthly.
2,000 multiplied, this is not 1 kilo, this is 0.1 gram, 0.1 kilo. 2,000 parkas we created. According to standard, we're supposed to use 0.1. 0.1 times 2,000 is going to be 200 standard quantity that I should be using if the standard is correct. I was using 210. Immediately, you can see that I was expecting to use 200. I'm using 210. Probably the variance will be what? Favorable or unfavorable? Unfavorable. Why? Because we are using more than we are expecting. What about the price? By I. Why? Okay, so my price per unit should be 5. However, actual price per unit, how do I get it?
Multiplied by 5.
No, this is standard.
2,000. 2,000 is not fine.
2,000. What was that?
We are talking about here the prices, right?
I'm talking about the actual price, yes.
So we'll divide 1,029
Okay.
by 210.
210. How much?
I think, let me calculate.
$2.9. So we should pay 5. We paid less, 4.9. So per unit, we're having positive or negative variance.
Negative, it's favorable.
It's favorable. No, it's always actual minus budget. Yes.
Yes.
4.9 minus 5.
Which is a positive,
It is favorable. not positive, not positive. It's favorable variance because I pay less. Actually, minus
مش possible balance.
negative variance, yes, but favorable.
Favorable.
Because it's related to me saving money on my price. So, whenever we are looking at those numbers that have been already put here, yes, it is estimated, but it's not estimated by I, we're actually calculating. In order for me to get 200, it's going to be 2,000 multiplied by 0.1. In order for me to get 4.9, that's an actual price total that I paid, divided by how many kilos that I actually use. So when we are comparing our variances, we are having two of them now. One is favorable, another one is unfavorable. The total variance is going to be 15 minus 21 because one is favorable, one is unfavorable. So the total variance will be showing to you that something is wrong. However, who is at fault, you will not be able to see. With this, I will be able to see that purchasing manager might be doing better job and the production manager might probably be doing not that good job. This is at first glance. However, usually we do not just take it for granted. We actually need to know what is going on in the company. So as the final, the upper manager, I should not jump to the conclusion. I should make an investigation probably in this case, finding out the reason why the actual quantity of the material that we use was higher. Is it because of the quality or is it actually because there was no sufficient supervision on the quantity of the material that the company was using? Or it might be just because I didn't estimate the standards correctly. I mean, if I, for the first time, started to make this kind of parts, I might be collecting the standards based on my competitors. Let's say that I talk to somebody and they are telling to me that it should be that much, 200 that I should be using. In the reality, my equipment might not be of the same quality that their equipment. So the reason of the differences and who to blame and who to punish should be considered on the multiple dimensions. Do not just jump to the conclusion because with this kind of approach, you will always be pressuring people maybe for no reason. And instead of creating some kind of positive environment of the available benchmark, you will be putting people under the pressure and the morale of the people will be destroyed and so on and so forth. Any questions with this kind of calculation? No question. All right, let's then, yes, this is more detailed. Yes, this kind of analysis, yes.
Because I saw it and I thought.
For this reason, you are given the deadline next week. Since I just started.
I understand what I skipped, so I.
No. It is, I specifically put it in the case study 3. Did you guys take a look into what is expected? The Excel file, no? Excel file is the one for you to complete and to actually.
Yes, it's 5 cases,
Yes, 5 questions.
5 questions.
5 steps.
Yes.
5 steps, every step with question, with a different question. The first question is already known, and the fourth, the second, I saw the
Yeah.
equations, and then what I have.
Alhamdulillah. So now we can see, right? Okay.
Excel sheet.
Yes. Feel.
Still number, no?
Yes.
I think.
Unless the question was asking you explain what I discussed. If this is the case.
A small explanation.
Yes.
We should.
So whenever,
It is first one only.
when you're putting the numbers into the Excel sheet, and there is explain what I discussed, put it please in the same sheet, as.
Yes,
Yes. All right, so here is more details. Quite often, I don't like to show this because people who hate numbers, makes it be getting lost in the formulas, right? Yes.
There is same sheet.
No, this is for the assignment 2. For the case study 2, there were 2 choices. One is based on the Harvard Business School case, which is attached.
I mean the 7-3 is 5 steps.
No, I believe that it's only the 5 tabs that you have to complete. I don't think that there is 2 extra tabs. Let me take a look at the break because I believe whenever I was looking at this, do extra.
خمسة شيء. First one it's a copyright.
Copyright.
There's two more types of things.
In the height.
Okay. خمسة بس.
I have my laptop here.
Okay, تمام.
بس هو في شيء أنا height.
So you were explaining the scatter graph.
It's
Yes, but this is.
hidden كتاب. Say hidden بس. 6. بس دول hidden يا. أنت جبت
The hidden you do not do.
أنت جبت
The hidden you do not do. He's trying to unhide everything.
هم بتوع السوفت وير دول بيقولوا
That's also okay.
لا مش answer.
يعني
شفت الشيء
they only 5 tabs.
Yes, no.
عشان اللي هم ال 5 tabs بس الواحد
يعني now I am confused. Okay.
سيبك حق سيبك. عايزين تتراوح.
ماشي يا أخي. انا شفتها بس في الانلاين يعني لازم اعمل
ما شفتهاش ممكن نغير 3 اسئله استخبى
لا if it is answer there لا. In that case I'm going to change it today. I cannot do anything. Can you please show to me? Yes. Goes, just showing you how to generate this scatter diagram.
Yeah. Introduction to statistics using it.
Yes. So it's just Excel.
It's asking.
X, okay.
Yes.
Statistics, no?
I do يعني I was teaching statistics for how many? يعني 12 years in Kuwait. I used to one year whenever there was somebody available to teach it. However, I don't mind, but usually they are approaching us with our non-major classes whenever there is no anybody available. So the reality, يعني the approach that was used in Kuwait was as soon as you have PhD, you can basically teach any of the course related to business, and I completely agree. But in Egypt, specialization and stuff like that, which is, يعني, by the end of the day, we all are capable to achieve the
Speaking of
seeking what?
knowledge.
يعني, لا, for me, it's, I love statistics,
It's just a hobby.
just a hobby of teaching statistics. It's enjoyable whenever you're teaching it to people who are knowing numbers. It's not enjoyable at all because people are usually, especially in business school, people are not.
بتحكي عن الاثنين اعرفهم.
شكرا.
You know, I saw immediately the difference, by the way, in Cairo University, completely different level of acceptance. Most of the people who are going there are coming from this Sanawiya Amma with very good grades. So as the result, into business school, probably not, but whenever I was having a chance of teaching the undergrad level, the CFA material, it was, you know, with no time we were covering every single chapter. Because people are already knowing what are we talking about.
I don't think they're supposed to, they know what's standard deviation and the variance.
But this is general knowledge, standardization variance.
It's becoming, if you know, if you do some apps.
Yeah, but without the apps.
Just the email.
No. It is, at the moment, if you are in business school, it's included in any kind of, yes. All right, so, whatever is behind me is really just the formulas. However, as soon as you know the concept, whenever we are comparing the actual prices to the budgeted or standard prices, and whenever we are comparing actual output to the standard output, this is the reason for all of those variances. So I love personally better this formula rather than up one, because it's becoming very fairly easy calculations. Let's see whether it's going to be capable to apply it on the spot. So here they're also asking you to calculate the variance, price related or the quantity related. So what are your thoughts? Price variance. How many pounds of materials they should use? That's the first question.
1,000 by 1.1.
Uh, 1,000,
Then by,
okay. 1,000, this is how many we produced, actual output, multiplied by standard pounds, 1.5. So we are going to get 1,500. Questions? No questions. Why do we need to do that? Because in order for us to be able to calculate the quantity related variance, we are comparing whatever should be to whatever actually is. In our case, what do you think? Material quantity variance will be favorable or unfavorable? We should use 1,500. We consumed 1,700. In order for me to calculate the variance, it's not just this minus this. It's this minus this multiplied by what? Material quantity variance multiplied by standard price. So the actual quantity minus 1,700 minus 1,500 multiplied by 4 is going to give to us our material quantity variance. We already can expect, by the way, favorable or unfavorable based on comparison. We see that it is unfavorable, but by how much? This is going to be needing an extra multiplication by the standard price. Any problems with that? If you're having this question in the final exam, how many minutes you want spend on it?
Answer no.
Oh.
Can we have much?
Measure by 5. Yeah, measure by what is kind of question? 5 minutes.
Looks like.
Yeah, I'm going to provide you definitely the formula
Honestly, to the gibbons, if it is a long story, it will take a long time
to understand
what's going on.
what is related to
And
what.
if it is that straightforward, it will take like.
How many students prefer the yoga case? That's fine.
I don't think that so far I heard anybody except you put the interest.
I regret it.
You can still change your.
I want to relate to it.
Did you start making any of the assignment submissions? You did? Using ChatGPT or by yourself?
Excellent.
It makes me a more looking day, almost.
Yes.
Yani, why I'm asking because I saw not everybody submitted actually, even the first assignment.
I sent it over the mail and.
Yes, I know. Some of them, no, it's okay. I can see it in the mail and in the assignment, but I can still see a couple of people didn't submit it to any of the platforms.
Do you still have it in mind, the numbers and the access of the yoga case?
I don't,
Or you don't?
that's why I will upload
I
this.
think you solve it as a student now. Now you understand, not really. It was not how hard it is or how, it was a long story that's unrelatable.
Yes, but usually this is how the cases are in real life, right? You as a manager.
So what's the investment if you're really going for?
Yes. If you're doing this kind of decision making in your company, you will definitely face the same situation.
All right, so when we're dealing with materials price variance, what can be said about that?
It will be 170.
Okay, how did you calculate it?
Okay, so how did I calculate it? Here is the actual quantity, 1,700 multiplied by 4 minus 3.9, so it will be 0.1.
Okay,
So-
3.9. 3.9, did you get from where?
I calculated it by dividing 6,630 divided by the 1,700.
Okay. Minus 4. This is what's supposed to be done whenever we are dealing with calculations related to the price variance. So the how much?
107.
70, yes. Questions? No questions? Tamam. When we are dealing with the direct labor and efficiency related to labor, the same logic applies. What did we do with the material? We minus actual price and the standard price. For the rate, we will be having a price also, but we do not call it price, we call it labor rate. Multiplying it by the actual amount of output will give to us price related variance. When we are looking at the output, again, we're comparing the actual output together with the standard output, multiplying it by the standard price whenever we're calculating the output variance. So here we are dealing with 1.2 standard hours was required at $10 per hour. Employees work 2,500 hours and total labor cost 26,250, and they make 2,000 number of items of output. So what would be the price labor rates variance? Which numbers will be relevant? Okay, so again, it's going to be actual rate minus standard rate. How much is actual rate? 26,250 instead.
Divided by 2,000.
Divided by 2,000, how much?
13.125.
13.115. Okay,
multiplied by 13.125. In order for me to calculate the actual rate, we do not divide it by standard rate, standard quantity. This is what you did.
Yes.
We are dividing it by the actual quantity that we used. Yeah?
Can you repeat this question?
Actual quantity was 2,500.
2,500.
Yes, but we are speaking about per hour, we are not speaking about per parka, right? So, the 20, we are paying $10 per hour.
2,500.
Yes, yes. So it's not about the output as it was with the materials, it is about the how many hours have been spaced out for this. How many hours it should be? 1.2 per one what? Parka, okay, how many parkas did we create? 2,000, so the standard number of hours should be 2,400. Compared to 2,500, we actually more than whatever it's supposed to be. Hello. So in order for us to calculate the labor output, quantity output, we are going to be, so this is going to be multiplied by actual price, and actual price, actual quantity is going to be 2,000, and labor quantity variance, that is going to be actual quantity minus standard quantity multiplied by standard. The formulas are across the board repeated. The only difference is what are you applying it for. So my 2,400 should be multiplied by 10 and compared to 2,500 multiplied by 10. If I just do without multiplication by 10, I will not per one item of the product. However, the total is actually 1,000 unfavorable and 1,250 unfavorable because I was actually paying my employees more. As opposed to pay 10, I was paying 10.5. So as a result, the total impact is double negative.
Yes.
Because this plus this is going to result in balloon amount of the unfavorable variance. Okay? What?
Can you repeat 2,500 again?
It was our 1.2 standard supposed to be applied to production of 2,000 parcels, right? So 1.2 times 2,000 is going to be 24,000. 2,400. Usually, whenever we're jumping from material to the labor, whatever normally people start to be, what are we basing it for? Output number of the particles or it is the amount of hours. Okay?
10.15.
10.5, it is from 26,250 our total price that we paid, divided by total number of hours that people worked. Actual work, not what we were thinking that they will be working. Okay? Other questions? It is, but it's hidden. After I will finish, I will find it.
Maybe we even if we have an exercise during the lecture.
Yes, I will open it whenever we'll start exercise during the lunch. Tamam? Because there is a lot of exercises as we go, but then in the end, it will be as usual an exercise and then put the lecture. I will open it. But the problem is that in that exercise, there are also questions, yeah. So there are answers and questions. And I don't want the answers and questions to be visible for you guys from the beginning. I want you to start thinking. I will change it. I will remove the questions and answers, and I will only upload this for you to be having the reference.
You don't have to, we have integrity, we will not.
Yes, I understand, but it's not about that. Quite often, whenever the readily available solution is there, this is what I observe among a lot of my students. As soon as I give to them practice questions and answers, They do not even start to think. And in the exam, you will not have the answer. So your brain is supposed to be trained in order to think in the right direction from the beginning, not remembering, you know. This way you will be remembering instead of actually starting to solve the problem. Unfortunately, this is the way of education of, drilling. This is what most of the people are used to in Egypt. You know, hiring the tutors who are sitting and drilling with you. So basically, the brains are not used to look into the problem and try to uncover it by yourself quite often.
Not necessarily, sometimes it's like what you're explaining, and
Yeah.
other times it's reverse solution. If I can't get to the solution myself, I can try to understand.
Yes, you are correct. But the problem is that whenever trust me, I have tried this and this. Most of the time, the brain is unopened quite often without you knowing what's the right solution. You know how many discoveries in the world have been done when the person did not know that the problem is unsolvable, for example. There was one discovery with a Nobel Prize made because the student fell asleep during the lecture and the professor wrote down the question and he basically told to everybody, I will show to you one of the mathematical questions of the century that cannot be solved. He overslept. Whenever everybody left, he was thinking that this is the homework that he has. And next time he came with the solution and the professor was checking and rechecking, and they discovered that he is actually right. He wouldn't go into this way of thinking if he knew. Yes. But often the brain is having its own magic tricks. All right, this is the same story applied now through the action formulas. As we already said, it's nothing but repeated actions. Actual compared to the actual price, actual rate compared to the standard rate, and the actual number of hours work compared to the expected numbers that will work. Most of the time when we are dealing with the variances, and in our case it was double trouble. Most of the time, unfortunately, production manager is the only one who is blamed for those deficiencies. You are paying people too much, you are not making people to work too much, but in the reality, again, it might be a surface answer. In the deep analysis, might be indicating that HR is not doing their job correctly whenever they are hiring people. That could be one of the reasons of the variances. So I'm expecting people to be able to do the work within that number of hours because they are not experienced, they will be obviously spending more time. Sometimes the material purchased is not good quality for people to be able to spend less time. Like for instance, if I'm going to buy for you if I have production facility related to creating of t-shirts, if I give to you the fabric that is constantly being ripped off whenever the machine is going through the stitching, I would be remaking and redoing. So as the result, the production manager might be looking to that whenever the actual problem is with the purchasing manager. So again, it's just an indicator for us to investigate further. However, no direct answer to the question.
With material.
Yes, it will be material variances, it will be labor variances, and maybe it will be even overhead variances because we actually work more, use the equipment more time than it's supposed to be. So 3 of them will be suggesting for you that okay, the source is the purchasing department which is doing it. Most of the time, it also depends on the ability of the supervisor. Let's imagine the construction facility. If I'm not professional in arranging people into the different spots in the right way, I might be assigning people into those areas wherever, they are not, their skills are not necessarily used effectively. So it's not only because of manager didn't do his job well, maybe again on the depth analysis, he is not capable of allocating the job in the right direction, and as a result, people might be not working as it is expected. Sometimes it's also maintenance. might be not يعني operating as expected. Because by the end of the day, if I'm working and I'm expected to spend 2,000 hours and instead I'm spending 2,500 hours, maybe because machine has been broken during that time, maintenance manager is showing that they were efficient in the maintaining machine, spending less time, whenever the labor efficiency is showing that there is a problem. So again, we need the investigation into 360 degree. So let's try to calculate what will be the labor rate and labor efficiency variance in this example. First question, I think it was labor rate variance. What is the actual rate that we should use? 18,910 divided by 550. So the actual rate 12.2. Okay. Actual rate, sorry, standard rate is supposed to be 12. So as the result, what is going to be my variance? So 1,000. 300? 18,910. Multiplied by what? Multiplied by what? Multiplied by what? In order to calculate the price or labor rate variance.
1.4.
1.5, this is per one item of the unit of output. We are dealing with quantity that has been used, quantity of hours here, not quantity of the items that we have produced. 1,550 hours supposed to be paid per $12 per hour. We used more dollars per hour in order to pay for the same amount of job. Okay, so do not mix it up with the output that is being produced. It is related to labor only. Okay. So 300, how did you calculate 310 then? Multiplying by 1.5.
1.5 by the 0.2.
But it is not 1.5, it's 1,550. Yes, okay, not okay. You're rounding in your head? Okay. All right, what about the labor efficiency? Labor efficiency. Actual quantity compared to the standard quantity of hours. How much I should use, number of hours? Standard. How much I should use? 1.5. I'm producing 1,000, so it's going to be 1,500. I should use. I used 1,550. Favorable or unfavorable? Unfavorable multiplied by $12 per hour is going to result in our total amount of the variance. 650. تمام? So quantity in the labor you use only whenever we are calculating number of hours that should be used, okay? When it is about prices, nothing related to quantity, all related to actual number of hours that has been spent. Huh? Questions? All right. No. 310 unfavorable, 600 again unfavorable. The total variance again is going to be very gloomy, 910. But now at least we know who has been doing worse job. Is it HR, whenever they're recording the labor rate, or is it going to be the production manager or other departments that has been involved? Manufacturing overhead is done exactly in the same manner. Again, we are applying standard price and actual price, then multiplied by number of hours, usually manufacturing overhead. Remember, it's either connected to number of hours that machine is working or a number of labor hours, whenever labor intensive production facility is in front of us. So here they are having direct labor hours as the reference in order to calculate what would be the standard allocation of manufacturing cost. And according to their prior calculations, they have considered of 1.4 standard hours should be used of machine manufacturing. This is not the production, it is manufacturing overhead that has been contributing. And $4 per labor hour, this is also our standard applied for total manufacturing overhead. Remember how do we usually calculate it in order to get into those numbers? We find out what is the plant-wide overhead, dividing it by total number of hours that people have been working using electricity, like sometimes of the operation, in order to calculate that rate of $4 per hour. 2,500 labor hours was used in the overhead, and 2,000 parts are still being produced. Actual variable manufacturing overhead was 10,500. So how would I calculate that variance related to price? 10,500. This is what our actual amount that I use. How much? Sorry, how much I paid? How much I should pay? Okay. 2,500 multiplied by 4.2. From where did you get this 4.2? Okay. Actual price of 10,500 divided by 2,500, which is actual rate per hour of manufacturing overhead that I should be dealing with. Will get for me 10,500 that I should be, I was paying. I should be paying less than that. So unfavorable variance is because I paid or I allocated more cost to my manufacturing overhead. Whenever I'm comparing the efficiency, the standard price will be multiplied by the difference of the actual output minus the expected output. So if I will compare 2,500 hours to 2,400, 100 difference multiplied by standard price 4 will result in 400 being unfavorable variance. Tamam? Questions? Well, 3 of them.
Easy, but
Yes, sir. Easy, but whenever it's all in one,
Yes,
quite often you will be confused what was used another. But as soon as I believe, as soon as you have formulas and you do understand the concept, I do think it's going to be.
2,400.
2,400. This is our 1.2 hours that has been expected, and how many items did we produce. The same story as with the direct labor output, with the labor efficiency. Remember, whenever we were calculating standard, yes.
So, unfavorable, we estimated the standard under actual spend.
Yes. Pretty much. This is considering the fact that you have an accurate estimation of the standard. However, the unfavorable variance might be because you underestimated your actual standard. Okay, in that case, probably you need to go back. Yes, yes. Question.
In three.
In three of them, yes. So the first question, definitely the manager has to ask himself, did the standards, did he establish the standards correct or not? If that would be the issue, I think it's better before you're starting to analyzing the variances and finding what are the variances, re-establish the standards. Okay? But if you actually think about it, as soon as you open the door of re-establishing the standards and giving it to the manager who is evaluating his department performance, it's very easy to make the standards according to your benefit, right? So you might be going back, changing the variances to be a little bit higher. And as a result, you will be showing to your upper management here, I did actually not having any variance. So this issue is a little bit critical. The layer of decision makers should be established in order to allow and maybe to give this task to manager himself, but after that review it by another team who will be like auditors, estimating whether you had the right to re-establish the standards or not. True, yes, to defend your mistaken estimation. Usually, you can convince somebody that you're mistaken under one condition. Whenever there is something in the market that is completely unexpected and completely out of your control. Like it was whenever we were dealing with yes, devaluation, political instability, COVID, all of these kind of things. Yes, of course. You have the reason to explain why those variance standards are different. However, under the normal flow, true, which you might argue quite often is every day something is happening, but in the reality, it's a big production facility. It's a long run, more or less, like within a year. Yes, after a year changes, your prices might adjust, your labor might adjust, but in the short period of time, usually it's not that much of volatility. Okay. All right. Let's see. So the same questions, the same two questions, the manufacturing rates, variance and manufacturing quantity variance or efficiency variance. Which numbers you will need for the rates? 5,115 divided by
I think we need minus $3 multiplied by
1,500. I mean, you can do it this way, multiplying it by 3, or you can do it calculating the rate per hour. Whoever is, thinking in which direction. Yes, 1,550 multiplied by 3, that should be the standard. Minusing 5,115 with 3 times 1,550 will give to me my manufacturing rate efficiency. So how much is it? 465. Unfavorable. Whatever you did is correct. Here they are just finding out per hour, right? So it's the total number of, total dollars used divided by actual hours that the company worked. Okay. Efficiency.
actual hours.
Okay. Actual hours camp. 1,000. Okay. So 1,500 minus 8. Okay, 1,550 multiplied by standard direct 50 hours.
Yeah.
Yes, multiplied by 3, it's going to give to you 150 unfavorable. Yes. Tamam? Again, if the numbers are presented one by one, it's very easy to remember. If it is all together, it's a little bit of mess. When we are looking at, last time, I believe somebody was raising this question. When we are looking at efficiency, purchasing department might be purchasing something, however, in the reality, we already saw that when we are dealing with master plan, we are assuming some certain safety margin to keep extra whenever we are calculating our bill of the materials and stuff like that. So as a result, if I am actually going to use the purchase items whenever I'm calculating my efficiency variances, I might be overestimating something that is not true. I might buy more, but using exact necessary amount as per my consideration. And that's why very often the production facilities are calculating variances not based on actual purchase, but based on actual use. So rate variance is calculated the same way, but the use is used instead of purchase when we are calculating efficiency variance. Let's see how it can be done. So they were buying 210, however, using 200. So if I will be making my efficiency variance based on 210, as it was in our initial example, I will show that I actually use more than I supposed to. But if I will look at actual use, remember, I'm supposed to use 2000. If I will multiply 0.1 by 2000, I'm supposed to be using 200, and I use 200. So the actual use will show better figures in order to evaluate performance of the manager. I didn't do, as a production manager, anything wrong. I'm supposed to use 200, I use 200. So in this case, we are actually changing our estimation for the efficiency variance. Here we are still using the purchased, okay, because this pricing variance is going to be given to analysis of it, will be given to purchasing manager decision. You purchased, you have to be responsible for that. But the manufacturing manager will not be responsible for your extra items that you purchase, maybe because this is in your head to buy more because of the delivery, because of transportation and stuff like this. So as a result, when we will be adding, by the way, if you are applying consistently, actual and standard, you will result, or you will find out that that plus that, this is going to be your total variance that will be looked at when we're comparing flexible budget and the actual output. But with this way, it will not work out. So this plus this will not result in the actual variance. Why? Simply because we were not consistent. Is it correct? Is it wrong? No, it's not wrong, as soon as there are some certain assumptions that need to be considered for this company. Questions? So what's the difference again between this and the very first calculation that we did? Do we always do this?
No, just use what you plan for.
Whenever there is just-in-time inventory method being applied, you will be sticking to our original calculation, using actual and standard quantities and prices across the board. However, when a company has any extra quantity purchases, in that case, it's better to be consistent in your evaluation. Number of advantages of the standard-based costing method, simply because it is communicating information to the employees and letting them to establish the proper benchmarks, to observe their own performance, and to interfere if there is any deviations from actual and expected. Quite often accountants are also in favor of this method because it's letting them to predict or budget according to whatever standard has been established. But there might be some problems. What do you think might be problems with the standard-based cost?
You can misuse the quantity that you are buying
Okay.
as an extra without any deviation.
Okay, so you might manipulate standards, whenever you are setting them, in your favor, for example, right? What else?
External factors.
What kind of factors?
I want to really look at the social factors. I get the financial, country, economy, so.
So we already said that the standard is as good as if the standard is held, not changed for a long period enough. However, if there is constant vulnerability, as we are living in Egypt, right? In the mornings of Saturday, all of the Egyptians are all of a sudden feeling themselves like something that do not know what will happen, right? So whenever there is fluctuations like that, unfortunately, the standards will, yeah, you will spend more time on setting the standards whenever the situation is constantly volatile. Moreover, different departments might be evaluated not properly whenever we are just looking at the variances. So as we already said, every single time looking at favorable or unfavorable, do not just jump to the conclusions. You actually need to do extra investigations. Another very important thing is that classically, whenever we are dealing with the labor rate efficiency, we are looking at the labor hours. Whenever the company is shifting toward robotic production. In that case, obviously, labor hours will be not reliable measure. You will need to look at the machine hours or capacity that the robots are producing for you. So this needs to be adjusted, and otherwise, it's actually pretty much a valuable tool. In your companies, what was the last time whenever you were celebrating some favorable variances? So the managers call me in the morning, let's discuss what happened, let's see if it will pass.
And leader operation behavior.
Yes,
So it wasn't favorable.
it could be, no, see, the favorable variances, we were looking at production manager was having favorable variance. However, in the reality, if I will be praising my purchasing manager and giving hard time for my production manager, I might be underlooking the very much important issue of the quality of the material that has been purchased for the lower price, which is as a result affecting manufacturing manager spending more hours and using more machine overhead. This is an example of what I was meaning whenever I said it might be masked. In your case, did it ever happen? Does the management in your companies discuss variances or not? No?
No.
No? So how are you guys? Yes.
Of course, we faced a lot of situations like this.
So, for example,
For example, it's mainly last time I faced something like that related to that we sold in the last quarter a lot of quantities and we celebrated the huge achievement related to sales. But unfortunately, after we investigated it, we faced a big issue related to quarter one that we didn't solve our budget during quarter one because of already the market is saturated with the huge quantities we sold in quarter four of the previous year.
So you basically ate from yourself the potential profits of the upcoming periods, right?
Yes, of course. And of course, also we faced another issue related to that we overestimated the quarter one. Not overestimated, we did the right estimation for this according to the sold quantities. And unfortunately, we found that we didn't sell anything during Jan. After that, it tried to move in Feb and March. But we faced a lot of shutdown for some production line because we have a lot of quantities.
Okay. Tamam. Thank you very much. One person only? The rest of the people are not evaluated based on the variances?
Evaluated according to variance.
not in the manufacturing industry.
Yes, I understand, but in case of variance,
Yes, we look at it a lot.
okay, so whenever you're seeing the
It's
fee,
part of my job when I just applying the budget and giving the actuals.
Okay.
Paying the next year budget. I look at the variances and
Right.
from where this numbers comes and all of this stuff. So
True.
yes, I did this variances.
yes, but the question here is whenever you are looking at favorable variances, always your estimation or judgment of the plus and minus is correct, or sometimes it's misjudgment.
I don't remember that we work also in on figure and on figure.
I think
Yes. This-
You are looking at the level university, right?
No, in southern kind of Egypt. This is not in my field.
I understand. Is it the corporation or?
Investment.
Okay.
So
But
Sometimes-
even in that case, you are dealing, you are looking.
working and planning, yes, but this is not part of our core. This
Okay.
related to the investment department, not the budgeting.
Okay, so you are budgeting.
Yes, I'm budgeting.
Okay. But you are not participating in
No.
evaluating the reasons
It's
for
not
this.
this part,
Okay,
it's not our job. It's
Okay.
the investment department job.
okay. So whenever you're finding unfavorable variances, who are you communicating this information?
And this is back to the investment department and then make a meeting and then.
Okay, so during these meetings, what is being discussed as the reasons for the unfavorable or favorable variances?
Why this happened?
And why might the unfavorable variance happen in your?
I don't remember actually these cases, but it's confidential, also to discuss it.
Okay. Confidential?
Yes.
Okay.
Muslim.
No?
صندوق fund
Ah.
Egypt.
Okay, okay. Confidential why يعني if it is in صندوق مصر we need to know. As people, you know. It's our money being invested after the.
That's fine, exactly, you don't have to go back to
This is what I always tell to my students, unfortunately, yeah, this time when the 15% increase in the pension was declared, I think for the first time during the 10 last years. To increase 2000s, the poor people are saving for their pension by 15%, صراحة يعني this is a slap into the face. Although this money is invested, you know, if you only think about 3,000 is taken from my salary every month, multiplied by 8 years. Put it only on the 25% rate. How much money is made out of just me? Yeah, 3,000. There are millions of it.
We also facing this issue. As an employee.
Yes, but it means for me, it
We
means
have
for
the
me,
same issue that you're fixing, so this is very cool.
that means for me that the investment is not done correctly.
Yeah.
This is undermining.
I
Yeah,
understand what you're without going to the variance.
We have more than Canada.
Well, what?
Well, we have a different rate around us and Canada.
Yeah, of course, yes, but it's not about that only. It's about, yeah, I claim that if every person would be in charge of having that amount of money, it's my choice. Either to leave it with the government or invest it on my own. I would prefer to at least know, you know. Yeah, there are already, my problem is that there are already models that are done on the developed markets. Why not to just use the same
This is
models?
a standard scenario that you're thinking about.
Yes.
We are facing a lot of consequences.
Yes.
We know a lot. about
Yes,
it,
yes,
So
yes.
it's not that easy.
It is not, it's true, it's not.
And a lot of strategic decisions to the ministry.
By the end of the day, wallahi, the problem could be resolved very easy. However, it's just not in the benefit of some ministries might be closed, you know. It's these who will actually start from it. Yeah, let's not talk politics, right? Okay, here is.
The next year was the recruiter.
Whenever, I believe that whenever you criticize and discuss, there is more solutions being found rather than you just do not disclose and
Not open your mouth. I believe that we will keep doing the same. The question behind me is, يعني, related to whatever we just discussed. We want to do it now, before the break, or after the break? What time is it now? You will need with this to calculate, all of the before break. Okay. So, the question here, you will need to calculate all types of the variances that we were discussing. The variance, well, first of all, in order for us to calculate variance, we need to establish what is the standard, which is based on the unit prices, but also you will, yeah, for us to be able to compare actual and standardized. Material, labor, and the overhead variance need to be calculated. Yes. I promised to you that I will open it, right? For you to be able to see. Just a second, Yagama.
Can I ask you to?
Yes.
To make a summary of equation of.
Yes. I will make one table available for all of the equations. From the beginning, yes. Those chapters which will be included in the exam, I will definitely give to you the formula sheet, all in one place. For you not to jump around all of the chapters. Doesn't allow me. Doesn't allow me to go and change. I'm sorry. I cannot remove those access for you to have the access to go around the equations.
It's not, you will not upload it custom.
No, it is uploaded. It's hidden. It's hidden.
So you will not find.
I will unhide, but not now. Yes. So the first question is a very easy question. What the raw material cost would be included in the planning budget?
Give us 2 minutes.
Yes, go ahead. But it's actually this first question is just 1 minute.
Can be your circular.
I can.
Oh, you can see it again.
Yes, I know. I'm just trying to make it bigger, Yani. لا مش عارفة. I can't. My our Nile University license, which is not being paid. Doesn't allow me to save it. I have to sign in into Microsoft. يعني كل الكلام to open the site. In my computer, I'm doing it without any problem.
And here, every time I have to go log in, after that get the permission, after that.
Get you to very easier and just connect it to the schedule.
Another problem, my laptop doesn't have the HDMI connection. Again, now it doesn't provide for me the laptop, it's my own laptop. Here is not question yet, and it's just the data. سؤال هنا. Planning budget, you do not need yet variances, it's just a plan. For material cost. Whenever I'm planning something, what do I base my plan on? Standard pricing, yes, and they are also telling you the planning budget was based on producing and selling 25,000 units of the material. So our whole calculation should be based on not actual, the plan.
40 divided by 10%.
40, okay. Standard, this is per pound, but per one item is going to be 5 pounds needed, right? Okay. Then, okay. So when we're dealing with the material cost, we will have to multiply by 25,000, by 5, by 8, because when we're dealing with standard quantity of hours. Okay, so this is per every single unit that we are going to be producing. Yes.
دكتور هو الروم نتيجة
ماشي.
Yes, direct material, which is 5 pounds per material. For every single unit, I'm having 25 units. I'm going to be using 5 pounds, right? That's the material cost multiplied by $8. So I could be just taking 25 multiplied by 4 square. You were thinking what? Variance, material variance. Material cost would be included into the flexible budget. What should I read?
116 multiplied by.
Okay.
And then there is a subtract 1 million.
multiplied by 5.
1,600 of raw material, and the cost was 7.5 per pound instead of 8, right? So it's going to be 160 pounds multiplied by 7.5, but we will not multiply also by 5. 160 multiplied by 7.5. This is the total amount that was used in order to produce the output. Yes. Compared to 1 million, that's going to give you total variance. However, what is material price and material quantity? Two of them. Material price variance and material quantity variance.
Their price variance 0.5
Okay, multiplied by
5.
actual quantity. 0.5. This is the price variance. Per 1 unit, it's going to be 0.5. The total number of the units or the pounds that was used was how much?
Actual units.
Actual number of the pounds being used.
No.
No.
Units 160.
160 pounds, not units.
Yeah.
30,000 units, 160,000, yes, okay. So the question is the price variance, whatever you said, 0.5, that's per 1 unit.
Yeah.
However, when we are multiplying it by the actual quantity, remember? One minus another, we'll have to then multiply by actual quantity that we use, okay? So when we are dealing with that, it's going to be difference between 7.5 and 8 multiplied by 160,000. Whenever it is resulting in the price variance being 80,000. Favorable, why?
Very less.
We paid less than we were expecting. When we are dealing with the material quantity, we are comparing how much according to standard should be used and how much we actually use. According to standard, we should use 150,000 pounds. Why is it 150,000? Because if I'm producing 30,000 and I'm using 5 pounds for every item, I should be using 150. I actually used 160. So 160 minus 150 multiplied by 8, which is the standard price, is going to result in material variance of being 80,000, which is unfavorable in this case. Both of the variances cancel each other. Production manager actually did a good job, purchasing manager did a good job paying less price, but the production manager actually overused the number of the materials. 0 pounds. Questions?
No.
No questions. Yes, but this is only for the materials.
Yes.
Now, for the labor, نفس كلام. What if it's going to be 170 pounds of material at 7.5 and used 160 pounds? What is going to be material price and material quantity variance? Which one?
Like 37, 0.5, this is the difference.
7.5 minus 8, that's the difference, not multiply. Price, remember?
I mean the total material cost.
So
It was 160.
it was 150 standard, right?
Correct.
Because of 30 units that we produced, I should be using 150. However, here, what should be my my logic?
I mean, very,
Okay, 160 we should use. However, we use how much? Okay, let me put my question this way. Is 170 going to change anything in our price variance and quantity variance?
Yes.
What's the question?
No.
I was writing from 170.
What has to change?
I already calculated based on the 160.
Okay,
I need to add up the 10,000 difference.
Actually, can tell.
this question is related to last slide that I was addressing.
That's imagine.
Okay, so what will change in this calculation? With the 170 being purchased and 160 used.
We will just work on the 160, not the 160.
لا we will work on both. يعني the planned we will
Okay.
multiply by 8. هو actual مش actual planned cost per pound.
Okay.
Actual will be multiplied by the actual cost as well. When I did it like that, يعني 170,000
Okay.
multiplied by 7.5
Okay.
turned out less than the 160 multiplied by 8.
No, actually, I used the 160, not the 170.
I used
The 170 is the 30 margin.
What to do? Like the person who remembers whatever I said in the last slide I will give 1.1
واحنا كده هنعمل حاجة ماينس حاجة تنس حاجة. صح.
What is the trick whenever I'm purchasing something and using something?
You said that we will work on the actual thing, not the safety margin.
أيوة ده actually minus the
Applicable for which part? This part is applicable for.
When we say that we have a safety margin,
Yes.
And for the
Applicable,
testing-
applicable for which calculation?
variance.
So what will be inputs?
Action quantity.
actual,
So you are offering for me to change this to 100, it will remain the same, just, okay? But what about him?
we will stick to the standard.
لا مش هتبقى 150.
No, one,
What about
the
here? In
standard.
this calculation?
It's 170 that we actually purchased.
Okay.
No, it's mentioned.
Anybody on the online? Anybody online, how this will, two numbers will change?
Nothing will change the previous calculation. I will just add up it's 10,000 value as a purchase.
For the purchasing, I should use 170.
This is the only change.
This is, yes, but there is a change, and for the quantity, I should be using the used. So when we are applying purchasing decisions different to use decision, since this is my evaluation of the purchasing department, I will be evaluating them based on how much did they buy. However, quantity used, I will be evaluating by how much actually was used, not how much you were thinking I will use. So the main difference is which kind of actuals we'll be using. Here, actuals will be changed to the new purchase numbers. And here, it will not change because I actually use the 160,000.
But we will not calculate except the action in the production. In
Ah.
the standard.
True, but you were saying in general, we will not use anything but 160. If this is right, it will be here and here 160. But no, this part will be calculated based on the actual purchases, and this one will be based on the actual use. Okay? Questions?
هو 150
150, this is the standard. I produce 30 units, it still produce 30 units. Okay? I use 160 pounds in order to produce 30 units. How much should I use? 30 multiplied still by 5 pounds. All right. Labor costs, direct labor costs that should be planned.
Thanks, 28 divided by 2 multiplied 14 multiplied
By
5.
by how many?
700. 700.
25,000 units, we are working 2 times, multiplied by 14 and 2,700. So whenever we're calculating labor rate variance and labor quantity variance, what should do? Okay. Actual number of hours, 75 times. The difference between 14, this is per hour. Standard price. The actual price was 15. What do we do with the labor rate comparison? We compare the actual rate to the planned rate. Our actual rate is 15, our planned rate is 14. 14 minus 15 multiplied by how many hours we actually work, 55, is going to result in
labor rate variance. Quantity.
We do. 55 times.
Quantity. But it's, yes, it's all logical, it's not necessarily equation. Every time when we're dealing with the rate, it's all about standard to the rate and actual number of hours of output. Every time whenever we are dealing with quantity, it's always about the price is still the same, it's our 14. However, we're working 55. We should be working 60,000 hours. Again, the 60,000 needs to be extra calculated because it's all about how many units did I produce and how much hours I should be working on producing this unit. So 60 minus, so 55 minus 60 multiplied by the whatever $14 is going to be resulting in favorable variance because I use less hours than I supposed to. Okay?
Would it make it easier if I got the standard first and then calculate the actual and the?
Yes, you can do it. You can do it step by step. You can do one minus another. You can do one multiplied by another, right? Like you are doing. It's all about the way how your mind is processing information. That's it. But the same formula can be written different ways. If I would go, what's the difference in the exam performance? If you will do step by step, this by itself, this by itself, this by itself, following the formula, you will result in doing 3 different calculations, and after that, one minus another, one minus another. Whenever the number of the formulas increases, okay, not always, whenever you are having a question in the exam condition, is capable to remember all of the steps. However, if you just understand the logic, that here nothing but the difference between the prices multiplied by the actual output. Here there is nothing but the difference between the quantity used multiplied by the standard price. Okay? Questions in here. The total variance is going to be 70, which is our favorable variance, minus unfavorable variance, 55. The total variance is actually going to be favorable, 15. Okay, lower because our labor has been receiving more money by $0.50 per hour. If I will investigate, maybe I find out that people were taking overtime. And for this sake, any HR manager might be contacted.
Is it favorable because we produce more units?
We work less hours. This is the result of this and this. Since this is unfavorable, this is with minus sign. Since this is favorable,
It's hours, but we got paid more.
we work less hours and we pay them more. Yes. So my HR will probably receive a question mark. Why did you pay more for this people?
I know, why favorable?
Because by the end of the day, if I will add this and subtract this, total variance is going to be, since this is more than this. Okay?
That's why I deduct my deduction more than.
Yes,
Then, so I pay.
True, if this is within the working hours and stuff like that, according to your HR policy, it will be no problem. True. However, the only reason how I can make the HR department not to be in trouble in this case is whenever there is inspection revealing that there is side sheet, actually we're working over hours and stuff like this. But probably in this case, the management will say, well, since people are capable to work, why to pay for them overtime? Like Nile University is doing like that, right? Nile University is starting to refuse to pay the overtime over number of hours that we are
Yes.
Yes.
It's limited to,
So the risk costing to us work as much, we will only
because
compensate.
it's your stuff in the process,
So you know, Mrs. to
No,
blame.
I am the engineering school.
So I'm not.
Nana, I know this one different times. This issue.
Yes, yes, I think everybody's is on that. So now we will be.
But he made this alert several times and no. I'm exactly.
All right, any questions?
Yes, please.
Yes.
The number is.
I am really confused here. I don't know why we are calculating variances, although he is talking only about the budget for Mars.
Because the flexible budget is going to be calculated based on the standard number of the hours, standard hours required, right? Multiplied by the actual, actual cost that has been. This is the entire analysis of the flexible budget. You're correct. The question here should be a little bit more in detail. If I will only ask you to calculate flexible budget, you will just find out what was the actual number of hours, 55, and how much did I pay for those people. 55 times 15 is going to be my resulting activity. Minusing from this the standard, I should be planning to work camp 60,000 hours multiplied by what was the planned price. That would be the total variance. So,
Yes, but I'm here.
why am I doing extra calculation in order for me to see who to blame, who to give the bonus, who not to give the bonus? The person who is responsible for salaries will probably be investigated. Yes, total, if I will be looking at just the spending variance regarding labor, you will see the good figure, 15,000, you did good. However, the detailed variance and subdividing it into rate as well as quantity is telling to us that the situation is not that aligned. Tamam?
Okay.
Okay, so this is the whole idea. This is like going into standard-based costing variance analysis. We are going a little bit ahead, just beyond the step of flexible budget. Hello?
But in the exams, if he asked me about this question only, the direct labor cost would be
Yes,
included.
you can just calculate the total variance. In order for you to resemble the same kind of answer, I will need to ask you an extra question, do detailed analysis using standard-based costing variance analysis.
Okay, thank you.
Okay? No problem. So what about the manufacturing overheads? What should be included into the budget? Not flexible budget, just original budget.
10 multiplied.
Total overhead,
55,000.
55,000, the labor hours, okay, multiplied by,
Here it will be multiplied by the overhead rate, which we need to calculate it by dividing the variable manufacturing overhead of the month, which is 280,500 divided by the 55,000.
this is your already going into the actual. We're just asking here for planning.
5,000 multiplied
Uh-huh.
by
Planning is going to be 50,000 hours, because if you will take 25 units with the overhead divided by 2, right? 50 hours, 25,000 units, 2 hours per unit. Huh? So 25 times 2 is going to be 50. 50 multiplied by 5 is going to be our
I multiplied it by 2
multiplied by 5 times, okay, times 25. Okay. What about the flexible variables, variances analysis related to overhead?
I'm thinking. On the
280, we should be using 50 times 5. But this is which kind of, is it rate or quantity? Hmm.
The 10 multiplied by 3,000,
Okay,
the actual.
Don't go.
30,000 euros. This is the actual manufacturing overhead. Okay, what is the planned manufacturing?
30,000?
30,000 units. This is how much I produce.
And 25.
I plan to produce 25.
25 means.
Remember rate and quantity.
100.
Rate, I should pay how much? I should pay $5 per hour. I pay how much? 5 times 25. This is what.
28 versus 25.
This is for the rate when I quantity.
8.
280, not 20.
Yeah, sorry, you tell.
Okay, so 55 hours, we actually worked. Every single hour, we paid for the 5.10. How do I know that? This is my 280.5 divided by total number of hours that I have been working. It's going to be 55 hours leading to 5.1. I should pay 5. I paid 5.1, so it is negative overhead rate difference multiplied by total number of hours will result in my 280. Compared to 275, that should be, if I was really working 55 at $5 per hour, I will be paying 275. So I paid more. Okay. What about the quantity? The standard price was 5, but we are comparing the number of hours that we work to the number of hours that I should be working, which is again 30 multiplied by 2, which is should be 60,000 units. Okay, obviously here we will expect positive, here we would expect negative. So as the result, negative and positive will be resulting in positive variance because I actually ended up underusing than I was expecting. Come on. Questions? So Mr. Basim can calculate within 2 minutes. The rest of the people maybe plus or minus 2.5 minutes extra, right? Why? This is just one question, Rafa. Yeah, the number we are by now we are done with how many chapters? 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, no, 6, 7, 8. This is chapter number 10. By now we are done with 7 chapters. Okay, so can you imagine if there will be a question for every single chapter زي كده multiplied by if it is more than 2 minutes, we will spend 3 hours on the exam. By the way, how many hours will be our exam?
3 hours. 1 day. 4 hours. 1 day.
Well, you can check it and give it.
Yes, give us a time to complete it, guys. Open the mobile, WhatsApp, screenshots, like last time in the
No.
in the lab. Yes, we were.
We didn't do it.
By the way, girls didn't. The boys started to go around house.
We were expecting nothing.
No, you girls, yes. But the gentlemen were.
Sharing knowledge, sharing
Yes,
knowledge.
yes.
After finish.
It's okay
After finish.
for the activity.
After finish.
But not for the exam, yeah. Okay, that's it for this chapter. We can go to take a break, yes? كام ساعة؟ 11 لا 12:15 maybe.
5 points in challenge. Okay, so we have 5 hours.
ايه ده؟ لا 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 لا. Doesn't يعني if it was Mr. Bassem who earned those 5 points, I will give him 5 points. But it's Mohammed Salah. When he will be in my class,
Much better.
مفيش تايمينج ثاني. المفروض احنا كان لازم نتفرج عليها بليز. فاكرة قلت عليا على الواتساب؟ ماشي. أنا مش هطلع النهارده التمرين. السنة الجاية، المرة الجاية السنة الجاية. فاكرة إن الويلز ديت يعني هي كذا مرة. خلاص كده بلاش نسيب. الجامعة متوقع. بصي الماتش ولا الجامعة؟ شكلك ما شفتش، بس أنا كنت بقولك أنا بنت خالي متجوزة إيراني. أوف. كان حاجة وحشة أوي نفس الطب الماتش. أنا معرفش يعني. بقول لك احنا ده بس عليك مع ان كسبانين. واحنا كسبانين احنا واحد. يعني كسبانين المركز الثاني بتاع المجموعه. يعني احنا تاني المجموعه، لو كانوا جابوا الجول بتاعهم ده كنا هنبقى احنا الثالث وهم. بصي هو عمال يقول لي ايه؟ احنا كان هارت اتاك فور تايمز، بس ما فهمتش ايه فور تايمز ولا اي حاجه كنت غلطانه. انا عارفه فور تايمز منهم في جول يعني اهو في كوره جت هنا جت هنا. مش قدها ايه؟ مش قدها وايه؟ بتاعتهم ولا بتاعتنا؟ الجول بتاعنا والكوره بتاعتهم جت هنا، حتى هي طلعت بره من الزاويه اللي خبطت فيها، مش من الحارس بتاعنا هو اللي يخبطها. يعني لو كانت زاويه سيكا فعلا دخلت. اوكي. احنا واحد جابوا جول بقينا 2-1، بس الجول طلع اوفسايد. فبعد ما حصل اصلا بعد ما الواد دخل وراح عارفه النضاره اللي هي بتاعت سب لايت راح مديرها له وش لسه مصاب خاطر مين الجول. طب بس احنا في الماتش بس كنا بنلعب كويس جدا، بس يعني ما سهلش جابت وقت the graduating seniors. يعني انت قلت جدا ايه؟ وانا زمان دلوقتي بين 6 whenever my son was speaking the graduating seniors from the computer department were helping them to create a prototype.
To use as students is better than to use professional sorry. يا جماعة online, is there any questions? Are there any?
No, Doctor, all is good.
Okay,
Thank you, Doctor.
no problem. All right, so the entire chapter 11 is effectively dedicated for discussions of a certain way of making every department to manage their feedback on individual departmental level. Because in the reality, if you think about it, the variances that we were looking at, it's somehow assuming that every single department in the organization is related to manufacturing. But in the reality, not all of the departments are having the full control of the costs and of the revenues. So the discussion that will follow today is applicable for a number of the different organizations, but it's not copy-paste. It's basically in need of the teamwork in order to decide which departments might be wishing to use the responsible accounting standard practices, and which ones would be better to use the overall variance analysis that we were looking at. But before we're going to start our discussion about responsibility-based accounting, I want us to ask ourselves a question. What do you think is better to work in a decentralized or a centralized company? Decentralized company, but you personally, as employee. Decentralized, of course. Why?
Because most of the time the centralized because
Routine more routine works.
Yes. and it's what is the incentive point of failure when someone has control over everything. That person disappears for any reason about the program.
Okay. So personally, you would prefer less control, right?
Yeah.
Of course,
And more decision making. What if it is your company? You are an employer. You will
of course, I mean,
just
everything, of course.
and so it's a blanket pulled out, written this as soon as we're changing the perspective. Yeah, you of answering to that. But in general, are there any
Mixing between both centralizing and decentralizing is the best. According to what we will decentralize and what we centralize.
okay? For example, we
Have a company with that good time.
okay.
Recently, very time effective.
Always is decentralized always time effective?
Most of cases, yes.
Decentralizing is about, in my opinion, empowering the departments to have their own budgets, okay, to be responsible for reporting and yes,
Okay.
yet centralizing the department itself. For the mission I'm going towards, we have to all agree on it and it has to be centralized, like transport and everything.
Yes, it's, you have a certain point, you have to not totally decentralized, but make a decision in your department as a type, as you need, but to serve its company.
I think when sometimes the department feels one policy, one rules, one, so centralized is effective.
Okay, as an accountant, this is accountant.
Yes, yes.
As an accountant, I think that's centralized. Okay.
But when HR or operation marketing effective in central. But if specific targets, specific like sales,
Okay.
decentralized more than effective centralized.
يعني the reason
We have a mix.
the reason why there is not clear agreement, because obviously there are positives and negatives on both of the way of looking at the centralization. But from the perspective right now of accounting, since we're dealing with managerial accounting, the decentralized system definitely will encourage people into creativity, their own decision, putting somehow them to be responsible of whatever is happening in the organization, and as a result, the motivation in general and the spirit is definitely better. However, when there is a centralization, there is also the positives, which are coming as a negatives of decentralized way of thinking. Because actually, when we're dealing with a big project. For example, I'm constructing a big bridge. If I will be allowing decentralization in that, it might be negatively affecting the quality of the actual work that is being done. People might be not agreeing with each other. Another big problem is that different types of the managers, if they will be establishing their own vision and objectives, whatever is going to be good for me might not be good and to another department manager. So as a result, it might create more quarrels and disagreements. Another thing is that, believe me or not, but innovation quite often is not, there is a lot of research that is showing that some great ideas might be actually buried in the environment of decentralization simply because my idea might be great impacting all of the departments, but resistance to change while not let another departments to go with the same type of the attitude toward my idea. Another very much important thing is that when we're especially dealing with the departmental work, which is combined, contributing to the outcome of the organization, we might be ending up of not reaching our deadlines, targets, quality, increase of risk, and so on. So by the end of the day, there are pros and cons. There is no 100% solution to which one is working better. Unfortunately, we cannot 100% go into the mix. Like for instance, Procter & Gamble, the biggest company and the longest living company in the world, they were facing this dilemma of is it centralized or decentralized, especially the number of products that they produce is more than 2,500 items. Each one of them is by itself a different brand name, and they are operating globally. If I am going to be at decentralization, definitely let's say faster decision making. However, when they are contributing to the final profitability of the company, it might be not actually resulting in the necessary outcome. So what was the decision of Procter & Gamble? They started to come up with something called matrix-based organization. Whenever there is a regional manager, but every single project which is responsible for example, developing the new product is done by a structural team, which is constantly moving from one part of world to another, sharing the ideas, combined for the short period of time, check out whether this has been working or not, still responsible for the regional manager and the upper management. So when we're dealing with centralization or decentralization decision, it might be okay whenever the company is 10 people. However, on the global scale, it's much more harder than even question. So most of our discussion today is going to be for the some medium-sized companies, which are much more easy to decide whether decentralization or centralization. The main thing of responsibility accounting is applicable whenever the company is decentralized, because what is the idea is that we are making every department, as you have proposed, to be responsible only for the actions which they can measure as well as they can control, which is only fair. If my decision is based on something that is out of my control, I should not be punished whenever somebody else did not do their job. So when we're dealing with the responsibility accounting, it's as simple as assigning different departments into the first of all understanding what they can control, what they cannot control, and after that continue gathering the data in order to judge whether they did good or they didn't do good. Different types of the centers might be called cost center. Usually in accounting, we are referring to the center which is not having any type of the control over the revenues. Like for example, IT department in our university. Are they responsible for how many students we'll have? No. However, they are serving different other departments. The same applies to HR, the same applies to research. In case if research is not actually producing some kind of profits. In general, it's a service type of the centers. Other centers, revenue centers, might be having responsibility on both. They are having an overview or having over the number of customers, the number of products, as well as the expenses that might be faced by the company. But they do not have control over the investment, which is done into the capital equipment. What is capital expenditures? What are they? This is investments into the long-term assets, which in general will contribute to ongoing life of the company. What could be an example? For instance, if I'm having different types of the branches, like of Saudi supermarket, the manager of each one of those branches is having a control of how many customers coming, as well as how much it will cost him to buy from a certain different locations based on the pricing available in those locations. Finally, when we are dealing with the upper types of the management, they are responsible for something called investment center, when the three different types of the initiatives under their direct control. So CEO of Saudi supermarket will be more or less responsible for investment decision, as well as profitability, as well as expenses of every single branch overall, and will have to be asked based on profitability of that company from one year to another, from one quarter to another. Like for instance, when we are looking at bike manufacturer Harley Davidson, during the COVID-19, the general CEO of the company came there with the announcement that the company is going to be cutting the production line, because Harley Davidson was always known to have more than 50 different types of the bikes available for the satisfying the demand of any customer. So instead of running after 50 different types of the items with different customization, they decided that instead, during COVID specifically, they will cut the lines by half in order to concentrate only on the most profitable lines, which have been historically having better margins. And instead of running through different suppliers and juggling among the decreased demand, because people cannot obviously travel, as well as increase of the cost because of transportation and stuff like that. So CEO will be responsible for those kind of strategic decisions, and as a result, if his decision on that year will not lead to increased profits, he was expecting that cutting costs will save the company $250 million per year. If that would not be achieved, probably he is going to be questioned with regards of continuing his contract or not. But the manager who is working in the plant, manufacturing plant manager, will not be responsible for this bigger decision. Simply, it's not his responsibility on the global scale. So the responsibility-based accounting is basically letting us now to see what should we judge every single manager. And one of the important criteria is something called ROE. In finance, ROI, sorry. In finance, we're calling it ROA, actually, return on assets. Here, accountants are calling it ROI, which is investments done into operating assets. What are considered to be operating assets? All types of the equipment, furniture that we're using and directly participating in the process of production. So when we're looking at ROI, it's as simple as the net income, operating income, because there are some income which is not related to operation, divided by the average operating assets. How do we calculate average operating assets? What is it? In our simple calculation, the number most of the time will be given to you. But in the actual life, if I will ask you to calculate ROI, we're usually taking operating assets in the beginning of the year, plus operating assets in the end of the year, divided by 2, in order for us to account for the fact that the assets might be changing due to scale of operations throughout the year. So it's not it's not 100% correct to take the ending of the year operating assets, compare it to the level of income that also has been generated throughout the whole year. Actually, the same formula can be rewritten. Let me just jump into that. Can be rewritten as net profit margin. They're calling it here margin, but in finance they're calling it net profit margin, multiplied by the total asset turnover. By themselves, they might be calculated separately. So the margin is as easy as net profit divided by the sales, and then the assets turnover is the sales divided by total operating assets. Why multiplying them together will result in the same formula as before? Simply because if I will multiply this by this, I will cancel out the sales and I will end up with the same formula, net operating assets net operating income divided by average operating assets that the company was having. So it's not just a different formula, it's the way to look at it. Why do we do that? In order to analyze, okay, your ROI, let's say, increased. Is this increase because you sold more? Or is this increase because you were using your operating asset in a better way? So basically, it is putting it into the two sources contributing to the net profit margin. Because managers might be trying to adjust ROIs, so they know that this is their KPI, in such a way that net profit increase right now. But in the long run, it's actually going to be negative effects. For example, I might be cutting my sales force, which will immediately boost my ROI. Why? Cutting the sales means cutting the sales force means the sale is the same. Let's say I'm forcing my people to work more hours, less costs. However, this might be playing around very well in the short run. In the long run, people might be starting to be not motivated, giving that time for the customers. So as a result, my sales might be starting to decrease. So through the both of those items, we will be capable to see which one. Ideally speaking, the manager should be taking care of the both. However, if he is only taking care of net operating profit margin, instead of actually concentrating on both, he might be playing the game in order to boost his performance. So here, if this is the information that you have about the company, how would you calculate ROI? What the net profit margin? 30 over 500, okay, times 500 over 200. Okay, so how much each one of them? Times 8. 30 over 500.
6 million.
Not 6 million. It's going to be percentage. Whenever you are dividing dollars by dollars, dollars will be liquidated. You will get percentages, right? So net profit margin is usually percentage. Sales on the 15. So 6% times 2.5, we are going to get 15%. Tamam? What will happen to the company if they will be investing extra 30,000 into new operating assets and increasing the sales and also increasing variable expenses? They always going together, right? Unfortunately. So 35 increase in sales, 15 million increase in expenses. What's the total outcome? 20 something?
You are right.
Okay, yes, I understand that it's your estimation of the new ROI.
21.
21.8. 0.8 is very much important, because even if I have 0.8, if it is increased, it will be a manager pride. 21.8. Is it good or bad? Okay. Is it correct decision? Yes, because it led to increase of the ROI. Is it ideal to manage decision making based on the ROI increase?
Yes, the no, they lost. Of the company.
when it's not going
Without impacting, last example of Salesforce.
okay.
If you are going to impact, going to gain very good ROI short term.
Okay.
You're gonna lose business in the future.
Okay.
This is not right.
And also when we saw these examples when we made the value features,
Okay.
sometimes we have better revenues, but there is a shortage in the labor and the material or something like this.
So if I will manage different departments in performance based on the ROI, I should not forget the fact that one is interrelated to another one.
Yes.
Some managers might be trying to increase ROI and negatively affecting the performance of other managers. And as a result, overall ROI of the company might not be looking as good. However, there is another problem with the ROI. The second one. Quite often there is some kind of costs which are not belonging to the decision of this manager. Let's say that the previous manager was fired. And previously there were some certain contracts, legal contracts, lease contracts that have been long-term. And as a result, me becoming a manager, I cannot change them. So my performance, according to my numbers, might be actually looking good. But whenever I will be counting for those extra costs, I might be not showing myself as I'm doing pretty much good. For example, when here manager Alex in the Midwest Investment Center for the plastic bottles, he was having the 3 different costs which were not under his control. The 20 years lease, the machinery, which is purchased and still not 100% appreciated, which is also non-cash, but also expense. Labor contracts is forcing the company to raise the costs for the laborers in the upcoming period. So whenever I'm going to be trying to create the analysis of his capabilities, for example, he generated 2 million of revenue and all of the operating expenses were 1 million. Whenever I will minus one from another, 1 million profit, great. 50% he is actually doing increase in the profitability. For example, before it was only 1 million. But if I will take into consideration all of these expenses, let's assume that he's having lease, that he's having the depreciation, the union raises, minusing it from all of this good performance is showing to me only 200, making Alex to look not so good. So most of the time, what would be the solution? How I can overcome without looking at ROI?
Is there any way you can exclude these expenses?
You can, because this is for your purposes, right? Whenever we are taking for the company overall purposes, you cannot exclude. Yes, the shareholders will be interested in seeing the situation. For the reporting purposes, it's different than the purposes of managerial accounting. Remember, we are doing those extra layers of different calculations in order to answer us main question: are we doing good or bad?
I think here Alex is looking from a different perspective, and the managers are looking from another perspective. Alex is looking for cost reduction for the production process, and the manager is looking for they are not making action.
Okay, so what to do?
So I think
You can show the numbers separated about the cost somehow. It shows that you have incremental about 1 million.
Okay.
Instead, on the other side, allocate the cost to overall company share to control or make it look better more.
Okay. Well, another effective solution is simply to look at some other ways of measuring his performance. If I'm responsible for manufacturing plant, there might be some certain efficiency related for the use of equipment, the workers, maybe some measures that he did in order to reduce the waste, save the energy, save water. Instead of taking this bulk not related to him, lump sum of those expenses. All of them will be responsibility of the manager who approved it, not his responsibility anyways. When we are looking at residual income, it's another way of calculating did you do well or not. The residual income is very similar to NPV type of the calculation. Whenever we are comparing how much was our income to something that we could earn on our assets. How do we calculate this could earn? We are assuming some certain minimum required rate of return. If you remember, in the financial or corporate finance course, we were calculating something called WACC. Remember? What is WACC?
I remember only the.
Only the term? What is WACC?
Average.
Cost of capital. How do we calculate?
The rate of the market, but multiplied by the rate of the.
It's getting close.
This is the CAPM. I think whatever you are referring to in your head is CAPM.
No, he went back to
RF
the
plus beta multiplied by RM minus RF. Core is something else. What is what?
Minutes give us 1 minute. Good evening.
Cost of that,
Okay.
the weight of that,
Mhm.
cost of equity times the weight of equity.
Plus,
The cost
if
of
there
that.
is preferred shares and weight of preferred shares. The whole idea of that is just to look at the right side of the balance sheet, which has our liabilities and owner's equity and maybe
This course.
you didn't, okay. If you look at the whole idea of WACC and why I'm talking about required rate of return, because quite often this is what the company uses instead of the minimum required rate of return. What's the logic? If I'm going to be looking at my balance sheet, my assets, liabilities, and owner's equity, the whole purpose is to try to generate more than it costs me. This is my uses of the assets. This is my sources of funds. From where can I take money if I'm having my company? I can borrow, or I can take the money from my own pocket, right? So every single time, whenever we are looking at the borrowing, there is a cost. So cost of debt is one of the contributing factors into how much in general it costs me. Owner's equity, very often, if it is my company, we are quite often thinking it's for free, but it's not. Instead of putting $500,000 into my company, I can just put it into the bank, right? And keep earning the interest rate of 20% without any problem, without any risk.
Yes.
That means what? The rate on the owner's equity should be higher because there is higher risk than the rate right now, which is the minimum financing risk rate available whenever you're borrowing this money or putting it for the investment purpose. This is our cost of equity. Most of the time, the cost of equity, this one, is whatever has been started to be remembered, plus beta times RM minus RF. This is يعني RF, usually risk-free, whatever you can earn in the bank, plus beta, which is measure of the risk of your business or the business that you are trying to estimate. RM, which is rate of return in the market. This is not the banking rate. This is the rate of return that you can earn whenever you are putting your money into the stock market, مثلا, into all of the companies. So basically, the logic of this equation is that the difference between how much without risk, how much with risk in on average, adjusted for the riskiness of your business. This is what we are calling market risk, market equity risk premium related to your company. Every time you need to be compensated more than whatever the minimum rate that you can earn. Okay? So weights is just simply how much. مثلا if it is 100 and 500, so 100 over 600, 500 over 600 will be our weights. Why I'm also including, not always, why I'm also including preferred shares, because some companies have preferred shares. What's the difference between the equity and preferred shares?
Company's money,
Okay, and preferred shares?
the share that, be paid the dividends for the.
Sometimes on the equity are also جقيمة. يعني basically equity, you're correct in the definition of equity when it's your company. However, if you open the company and after that you went through the IPO, like recently, Gourmet went through the IPO, right? Now they have the normal shareholders, ordinary shareholders. Will Gourmet, let's say, pay money for those shareholders? It will be depending on operation of or managerial decision. But preferred shares is also shares. But preferred shares preferred shares might be before, might be after. In a lot of cases, the startup might be having preferred shares.
For employees.
For employees, yes. What's the difference?
Between the.
Ordinary shares and preferred shares.
Power of voting.
Voting, yes, subjective.
Revenue, whatever money that you make, but
Yes,
you have to pay it.
They have the right to, if have an increase, buy the variance before the normal shares.
True, but also for preferred shares, the same thing. If I'm issuing new preferred shares, then the priority, yes. The main difference is basically two. One of them is letting you to participate in decision of management, which is ordinary. Preferred shares, you are giving to them something else. You give them guaranteed dividends. Whenever a company is doing good or bad, preferred shares will receive some certain estimated number of dividends. The ordinary shares, it depends. Sometimes management of the company is saying, hold on a second, we need to survive this year and then we will give to you the money. So basically the whole idea here is that I'm looking at my average operating asset in general and asking myself, what would be opportunity gain if I'm going to be earning or working with them, earning some certain required minimum rate of return, which is my WACC, which is my cost of funds basically. If I will compare how much I earned to something that I should earn, this is the whole thing. Not I could, I should, because otherwise my business model does not work. If I am, for example, having my WACC, which is 20%, okay, and I'm earning back my ROI, مثلا 15%, that actually does not look good. It means that I'm operating, but I'm not gaining even my minimum cost of capital. My decision should be not to go for this kind of discussion about the project. As I said, it's very similar to NPV. Remember NPV formula, which is how much it costs me minus how much is the present value of all of the future discounted cash flows. But from the perspective of the numbers, ROI is a percentage, and the residual income is value. Most of the time, the managers prefer to use percentage, especially whenever we're dealing with comparison of big company to small company. ROI will show to you better numbers. With the residual income, since it's a value, obviously bigger company might have higher residual income than a smaller company. You cannot just by applying this formula, compare the size of the business, you need to adjust to the size. So let's see how residual income will be calculated here.
So,
10,000, how did you calculate?
that's multiplied by 100.
Okay,
That's 20.
okay. Subtract from 30, it's going to be 10,000. It's good or bad? As soon as it's more than zero, it's good. It's acceptable. When it's starting to be less than zero, we should stop and not make decisions whenever it's negatively affecting my residual income. Residual income much better in regards of evaluation of the management performance, simply because sometimes the same company might be considering investment opportunity. ROI will be telling that something, whenever the residual income will be telling something else. So most of the time, we are basing our decision, the final call, on residual income, because ROI, as we already discussed, sometimes might be falsified by managers who are trying to press some buttons in regards of reducing the costs, negatively affecting the other departments of the company. With residual income, it's kind of less manipulatable, because mainly WACC is the one that is driving my estimation of what is minimum desired outcome. Let's see here. ROI division. How much is it? Okay.
Okay.
20%. Is it good or bad? Well, if I will compare to the required rate of return 15%, it's actually looking not bad. What about the residual in yes? What if there is investment of 100,000 and it will generate additional net operating income of 18,000? To accept it or not? Right.
20% times.
This is you are going into residual income. They are asking you here to make a decision based on ROI. Remember, when we're making decision, ROI new needs to be compared to ROI old. Old one was 20%. So the logic should be, what is my new ROI? And as soon as it is higher than 20%, you should accept. If it is lower than 20%, you should reject. So
19.5.
19.5. How did you calculate it? Based on the new level of operating income. It was 60,000 plus 18, 78,000 minus extra amount invested into the operating assets. So we are going to have 19.5. The decision should be no. When I'm going to be calculating my residual income. And okay.
Same example.
Yeah, it's same numbers, but it's a residual income calculation rather than ROI calculation. Okay, which one? They are asking us ROI here. It's still going to be 18 divided by 100, and the investment is going to be higher than the minimum required rate of return. So I will accept it if I'm comparing it to
15%.
minimum required
30%.
rate of return. If it is to 20%, I would not be accepting it. What about residual income? Mhm. Yeah, and it's faster for me to go into the solution rather than 10 slides back. Net operating income is going to be 60,000. This is the one that is given to us in the beginning. Remember, we are asking ourselves, how much could I earn on all my operating assets? My operating assets is 300 multiplied by 15%. We are subtracting and we'll get 15,000 my residual income, which is good, but now the same question, if I'm going to be getting based on the residual income calculation, will I accept or reject?
Have residual income.
Yes,
Then we create the new residual income.
okay. So what is a new residual income?
The new income
Okay,
is
minimum 15%. So accept or reject? Not 400. 400 times 15. Yeah. Okay. Residual income is going to be 18. Previous residual income is 15. So I will actually make a decision to accept the project based on residual income. When we are looking at transfer pricing, which is very big area of discussion in the company, quite often the companies are blamed for transfer pricing. What is transfer pricing?
How you shift the cost from high tax region to a low tax region to avoid paying the.
Yes, tax issues related to pricing, yes. But what is transfer price as a practice?
Shifting the cost.
Give me an example.
For example, Pepsi produces canned soda here in Egypt, but they do have a supply chain or supply chain for the second. They import the aluminum for the can from their production company in Algeria, and they import the sodium chloride from. So they increase the cost.
Okay,
The imports they have from their other subsidiary. So
okay,
it's recorded as a revenue for the subsidiary in Algeria.
Okay.
Revenue. Because the tax code in Algeria is lower than in Egypt, so the profit margin is the lowest in Egypt and they pay the most tax.
okay. But in general, transfer pricing is different items that the company produces in the supply chain in the different departments and allocation of the costs depending on the department. You showed me in the global level. But for example, if I'm talking about a small company, for example, one is responsible for production of the bottles and production of the final product. The cost of the bottles is the cost of that cost center, which is going to be transferred into another department, recorded in their books as their expenses, and the estimation of those numbers that will be recorded in the books of two different cost centers is going to be a problem because I, as a person producing my bottles, will be interested in increasing the price at which I am selling it to another department, since my performance will be showing that I'm able to sell to them at better prices. When the other departments will be wishing to reduce the price because they want to document their expenses at a lower cost pricing. So quite often, especially whenever the big scale, there is a big dilemma of how do I manage appropriately decision and between the different departments in order to satisfy all of the members of this. And most importantly, not to punish some department managers whenever simply they cannot control something. So we will look at the transfer pricing solutions by looking at the three different possibilities available for the companies. Different possibilities might be used by different decision makers due to some certain variables. For example, is the company operating under the full capacity or not? Is the department capable to add more capacity without disturbing the fixed cost or not? So depending on that, actually, we will see that some of the solutions working better than some other solutions. So what are the solutions? One of them, which is quite often used, is something called negotiated transfer price. Whenever you are letting, especially in the decentralized company, when you are letting the managers to settle the prices in between themselves in order to agree on some predetermined price. Of course, by the end of the day, you will be judging whether it is positively or negatively affecting the company itself. Sometimes the companies are using the variable costs or full absorption cost method in order to allocate those prices. So do not negotiate. We will tell you how much it should be costed. Is it good or bad? We will look at this example as well. And market price sometimes is used whenever the company managers looking at the right now market price of the same product available, and as a result, reporting it or taking the price based on the market, not based on your criteria, not based on the company, based on the market. So let's look at the first case scenario. Most of the time, whenever we are negotiating, obviously those managers who are selling, they are wishing to sell at the highest price. So, and those ones who are wishing to buy, they will be setting up the lowest price. Most of the negotiation is possible under one very much important condition, when there is a very good information available in the manager's head, as well as under their fingertips, in order to make the negotiation as effective as it can be. It's not a marketplace by the end of the day. If they're going to be residing to the, the same as the subgumla, we will not be capable to arrive into one decision, and as a result, the whole operations might be halted. So here we will be looking at how is it actually done based on the negotiation for the company of West Coast Plantations and the other part of the company, which is Grocery Mart. So the plantation is producing the oranges and selling it to the another subsidiary, which is also operating under the same roof of the company. So what they are capable to produce, 10,000, we are calling them crates, but it's actually like boxes of the oranges, usually taking around 15 to 12.5 kilos standard weight. Across the international regulations. Variable costs, according to them, estimated is $10. Fixed cost per month is 100,000. So as a result, they are at the moment selling it to outside, for example, at $25 per item. And the grocery marts, they are purchasing at the moment from somewhere else. From the outside supplier at $20, and the monthly sales is 1,000. This is their need, right? They need 1,000 out of that. So when we're speaking about transfer pricing, usually the price established by both of the managers. The plantations will have their own range, and the grocery market will have their own range. For the plantation, we will have to look into the logic of covering my variable costs plus any type of the extra contribution that will be needed to be earned based on how many items am I transferring to another department. That's why we're taking total contribution margin of the lost opportunity that we are not selling to somebody, we're actually selling it to another department. And the lowest and highest will be established somehow in between this number and the second one. Every single time, whenever a grocery mart is asking how much are they willing to buy for, of course, the other solution would be to go and buy from outside. So if outside I can buy it at $5, definitely that's going to be my highest price that I'm willing to pay for this. In this case, the deal will not probably work because my plantation will be asking not lower than this price, and I will be saying no higher than $5. If the range will not match, we will never agree, and in this case, negotiation might be stopped. So, in our case, let's say that the plantation has extra capacity. They have 3,000 cartons that they can produce. And remember, the grocery shop needs only 1,000. So in that case, how the calculation is going to be different? Contribution margin is not going to be changing because I am having extra capacity. Under this condition, it's just going to be $10. This is what is going to be my costs that I need to cover. It costs me $10. I am wishing to sell it to you no lower than $10. Whenever we are looking at cost of buying it from outside, $20 at the moment. The difference between 10 to 20 is somehow matchable. They establish the lowest and the highest price, meaning that they can just agree on any of the price in between. Okay? Again, this works under the red sentence that is up. When there is sufficient extra capacity. Extra capacity enables me not to have extra costs since I'm already capable to produce that much. Any questions here? No questions.
I think the question will be different in case we don't have idle capacity.
Yes. The calculation will be different. That's correct. That's why it's just one very important condition here for this example. Sufficient idle capacity.
Okay. So do we have any additional example including?
Yes. Here, no idle capacity. So in this case, what is going to happen? Since I have to provide extra 1,000, I need to cover my extra cost based on every single item. 25 is my selling price. Remember contribution margin, we calculate how? Sale price minus variable cost, my contribution margin. In the first table, you were given the information about sales price, you were given information about variable cost per cradle. So 25 minus 10 multiplied by 1,000, divided by 1,000 plus 10 is going to give me the minimum price that I have to accept is $25. By the way, for the grocery mart, that will not change. For them, it's still going to be comparison to the extra person available in the market selling. We already said that at the moment there is a supplier available to sell at $20. So I'm willing to pay no more than $20. The plantation is willing to sell for not less than 25. So the segment does not match with each other. In this case, the management will have no right to enforce the transfer price negotiation simply because these two departments will never agree. Most probably, in this case, the grocery mart will go and try to buy from somebody else. However, which is might going to be solution due to the cost structure. In general, by the way, it might be not a good solution simply because, for example, there is overproduction of the oranges. Yes, I will be able to produce 1,000. It will cost me extra as a plantation. But if it is already, overproduction and nobody is buying, probably it's better to, make a decision despite the fact that it would not be profitable for grocery market. But since I am capable to create extra profit, to still agree on a certain price. Whenever you see that the opportunity of the market does not exist to sell these oranges to somebody else. Some idle capacity might be also a case when I cannot cover the whole demand of 1,000, I can cover some. So in this case, let's say that plantations can produce extra 500. Yes, it's not 1,000, but extra 500 will be letting my variable cost to be increase or minimum price that I'm wishing to sell it for you. It's going to become 17.5. Why it's only multiplied by 500? Why I'm not multiplying it by 1,000? Yes. What about the total 1,000 I need to produce? I need to produce 1,000. Why am I multiplying here by 500, not 1,000?
It's a cost of 500.
Extra 500.
Yeah.
The 500 that I can produce, I will not count it in here because already it is covered by my variable cost and by my fixed cost. This will not change. What will change is me spending extra contribution margin of going extra mark. So 17.5 and 20, we are having matched interval. The price can be established now between 17.5 and 20 in order for us to ensure that transfer pricing will be okay idea here. Question? Yes.
The whole concept is really confusing me. I just want to ask
Yes.
this question. Why I'm making this cost transfer? This means price transfer or whatever.
Yes.
Internally,
It is internal between the two different departments. Yes.
this to reduce the cost, the overall cost. Why?
No, this is an order for me to measure your performance separately than your performance.
Okay.
Especially that you want to show yourself as you're selling at the best prices, right?
Okay.
So you might be, if I'm going to be letting it into your decision, you might be artificially increasing the prices within the company, and as a result, showing yourself good, which is negatively going to affect the next department, which is taking that from you.
Okay.
That's one reason why we are even discussing. So this problem needs to be resolved by the company to establish some certain policies of how to agree on this price, not to hurt you or not to hurt the other department. That's one reason. Second reason, as already described, based on the taxes. Quite often transfer pricing is played around, and international companies effectively, not because of negotiation, but because of taxes. We are especially assigning different types of the costs into the different countries with the lower tax rate in comparison to somewhere else. So by the end of the day, whatever I'm showing to you, this is just two departments probably located in the same place, okay? But whenever we're speaking about international decision related to the transfer pricing, this in addition to the overall impact, yes, between the branches, overall impact on the profitability of the entire company. Okay? Yes. Other question.
Sorry, doctor. So we can say here that we are using this to identify the maximum quantity which we can supply, let's say, from the manufacturing entity to the commercial one?
No, this is not to identify the quantity. I already know the quantity. That's why 3 of the different calculations related to the same company, but under different scenarios. In case if I'm having idle capacity, which will be enough for you to be satisfied with your demands, my transfer price should be not less than just to cover my variable cost, because my fixed cost somehow is already covered. Whenever there is no idle capacity, then I have to calculate extra added cost due to me going extra mile and creating for you, satisfying your demand. Whenever the idle capacity only partially covers, you just need to calculate the extra increased cost due to extra amounts that you need to produce to satisfy the demand. So this is not a discussion about how much quantity. Quantity will be kind of coming based on the needs of different departments. And idle capacity, this is not what we are trying to identify. Is there idle capacity or not? It's kind of already information available. We are trying to understand, will the transfer pricing due, with negotiation, will be possible to exist in the 3 different scenarios.
What is the aim of the scenarios?
One scenario when there is no idle capacity, second when there is idle capacity, and the third one when there is some idle capacity.
It's okay, I know that the cases.
Yes.
What's the objective of this calculation? Here, I think we are just trying to know if I can supply these quantities or the needed quantities for the other entity, the other company or the other department or whatever, or not, right?
No, we are trying to see will transfer prices based on negotiation work or not. That's it.
Of how I transfer the prices. I understood the
So
concept.
let's say that we
How to
agreed.
transfer.
Let's say that we agreed based on our negotiation, because I am willing to sell it to you for no less than 17. And you are willing to buy for not more than 20. We can agree on the price. Let's say 18. So
Okay.
in that case, in my books, I will show to me 18 multiplied by 1,000 as a profit.
Mhm.
And you will show 18 multiplied by 1,000 as a cost, as easy as that. It's just
Give me a real example. I can't understand it.
For example, I am
I
selling,
transferring the prices.
I'm having 2 different departments. I'm making this blouse, okay?
Okay.
One department is finishing just, making the blouse model.
Okay.
There is some variable cost and fixed cost in that department, okay? Salaries and overhead.
Yes.
They know how much they should receive, because then, if I'm going to be looking in the end after the blouse was sold, what would be wrong instead of looking at every department? I might only see that the sales team sold more items, but I would not be able to see different department performance. So this manager who is finishing the model, they will be calculating whether there is an extra 2 people sitting ready to create extra 2 blouses for you, for example. And as a result, telling to you, I am wishing to transfer to your department blouse from one department to another, from one room to another. But it's my books. Okay, as a manager, I will be evaluated based on my revenue. If I'm going to be applicable,
Yes, I have different departments and departments in different.
each department is interconnected. They are serving something that is going on in another department. Yeah? No, they will switch it on. This is very, no. I think it's one of your colleagues, came from home session and tried to go. Don't worry. If anything would happen, it would be me. I would do it. Yeah, في balcony. It's so much high, by the way. I didn't try, but it's. So, any other question? It's just on those 3 scenarios, we just want to see whether negotiation is going to be possible or not possible. Because negotiation, remember, is one of the ways how transfer pricing can be assigned. So whenever there is extra capacity, it is possible because I will not count on anything extra. If I'm not spending something. See? They don't imply it down. Okay? So whenever minimum and maximum prices are in the same range, not overlapping, whatever to understand. It is possible to negotiate. After that, we will just sit, open our books and maybe agree on the price on the middle, 15. So I will be recording as my revenue in my slip, my 15, you will be recording 15 as your expenses. So then, as a manager, I will be calculating all of my costs in order to maximize this revenue, but I will not be pushing you in order to overpay me or something like that. Okay? In here, there is no idle capacity. That's why we will have to calculate some extra that need to be spent. This 20 minus 10 extra variable cost that will need to be encountered to produce this 1,000 units. And the last one, whenever we are dealing with some capacity exists. Since some capacity exists for those 500, I will not be having extra variable cost, but for the extra 500, I will. Okay, so in 2 of the 3 scenarios, the negotiation is possible. In the middle one, it's not. So whenever there is absolutely no idle capacity, probably negotiation will not be accepted. Yes.
But I think
yes.
if a third case, it's invisible. Why, if I am the manufacturing company, why I accept to reduce my profit? Let's say if we, the negotiation we agreed about 18 instead of 20. Why should I accept something like that?
Because you are part of that. I mean, since it's a negotiation, you may as well out of it. But see, the thing is that if you will not accept something like that, that means that the other department will be suffering and paying 20 more by 3.5.
Yes, I know.
Your actual price, you are not selling it to the outside. Yeah, I agree that you as a manager might be not wishing to communicate with your other department. As you can sell in the market at 20, but who told you that you will be able to sell into the market at 20? Currently, I'm buying from my supplier because I know that supplier is having some certain quality and stuff like this. That's why I'm willing to pay 20. But who told you that you as a production department is capable to sell by yourself into the market at 20? You're assuming that you are having carte blanche in regard of your negotiation ability with outside of the market.
Yes, but here that's the case here in this example. We are talking about that it's 2 different companies related to one group.
This is 2 different branches. 2 different branches of the same company. It's not 2 different companies. This is 2 subsidiaries which are served by one mother company. By the end of the day, the total profit is going to be reflected in the total company performance.
Yes, okay, I understand something like that, but I'm talking here about even the manufacturing branch here. He will lose from his P&L.
Not necessarily lose. He is covering the cost. He's covering his margin. If you calculated everything correctly, your fixed costs and overhead and stuff like this, in that case, it's going to be most probably break even. Obviously, if you are going to be seeing that based on your books, this price, 17.5, is not acceptable, you have the full right to increase your the lower boundary that you are going to be looking at. Again, the whole idea here is not about 17.5. It's all about you have to establish the minimum price that you are wishing to sell for to cover all of the expenses of your department, not to show yourself from the negative perspective. Okay? When we are looking at transfer company, most of the times when the negotiation is happening, we are going to be ending with number of the ranges established between the different departments, and the truth will be somewhere in between. However, when you are actually starting to execute it, it's going to be the same type of the questions that the managers will be having. I mean, it's not that you are asking wrong questions. It's actually what is happening whenever transfer prices are applied. Non-cooperative atmosphere is forcing managers quite often of spending more time on negotiations rather than on actually working conditions. So quite often the company is having some certain policies and procedures, right? Dictated items which is predicted by the upper management to resolve all of the issues related to possible conflicts during the negotiation. Of course, you have to be taken care. You can allow that decentralized. Remember, we are dealing with the decentralized company. If you are wishing to centralize, there is other solutions available. There is something called absorption cost or variable cost, which is calculated based on whatever company spends on producing this product. Fair, right? I know that this will take me that much, so why to negotiate? Just assign the same price, whatever we already agreed. There is some problems with this method though. Quite often when we're dealing the full cost calculation, it might not lead the managers to the optimal decision. They might make wrong conclusions based on allocating the full cost related to production. As a result of this type of the base, the company or the department which is selling will never show any profit. If, for instance, you need to record 17.5 and you will charge another company 17.5, although you produce something and you sold something to another department, you will be looking like you didn't do anything. The selling department will show that they are having sales, profit margins. You will not show, not fair. And another thing is that when we're dealing with the incentive that we need to show to the managers, if we will only allocate it based on the cost, the managers might be not having any motivation. Like whatever I do is the same cost. I'm not going to be, killing myself in order for you to, like for instance here, right? I may be, if the university is not interested in saving the energy, I might as well put the light everywhere and just leave it like that, since I do not have any incentive to show my profitability.
But actually, it should not be counted as a profit by any department. The internal transfer product.
True, but this is again, just a second. From the perspective of the overall, yes, you will not record it as profit. So here we're dealing with managerial accounts. Again, all of this discussion is just for the sake of properly record whatever has been done and whatever has been not done by this specific manager and this department. Okay, so the drawbacks, yes, in the real life, the problem will allocate it based on the absorption cost method, and the accountants will be using it. But in the reality, this will not show what managers did well and what managers didn't do well.
I think it should be separated towards about what was created to be transferred to another department's use, and what actually created for the same purpose. Avoid making any conflict.
Yes. Yes.
Number two, for not calculating profits from transfer goods from the company from the department to another.
Okay, but for example, I'm producing this chair, right? My department only deals with this and this point, and then transferring it to another department. I can spend on it 2 hours, according to whatever is in the overhead and full absorption cost management. Or I can spend on it 1 hour and sit with these small chairs. I'm reducing my cost. Since you are not giving to me any bonuses based on, for example, outcome of production, you are only counting the transfer price based on that. I will say, why should I give? If you are not managing.
Just speak, added, you have.
Based on what?
You have.
Based on-
anything. You have to create X amount of shares of
Yes.
it's what used to be transferred to another company out of your share, out of contribution, out of anything.
Mhm.
Actually, that we need to just to be transferred from one to another. As the assembly line. And maybe this.
Assembly line is حاجة where departments and different plans or different parts of subsidiaries حاجة تانية. Because يعني for example, if I am مثلا Saudi, okay, they're having their own production of the Kleenexes and stuff like that. By itself, this is the profit center because they have their profit benefits. They can sell it to Gumla or they can sell it to Saudi supermarket. So as a result, there is a possibility for transfer pricing simply because it's under one umbrella of Saudi. By the end of the day, both of them contributing to Saudi success. If you will only base your transfer pricing.
Different,
Yes.
different companies. Under
Yes.
one entity,
Yes.
yes, going to
Yes.
Saudi, the other company, to some market price.
Okay.
My main role here is to produce and sell.
Yes.
But if within the company, you should be profit.
You may be right, but again, this is just one of the ways of measuring correctly what did the person do.
Can lead to a lot of manipulating between the managers. We are talking here about some managers negotiating
Yes.
different
Of course,
concepts.
maybe it
But
is,
in the other way, have not agreed to increase the profit of the company.
they may, you are talking about Egyptian. No, what I discovered, this is Asian way, you know? In the Middle East, this is the.
Can I be about price difference?
Yes. Like Kuwait, مثلا in Kuwait, there is a company which owns real estate as well as the schools. So what do? Real estate, instead of renting apartments to the rest, they are basically renting it to the schools that are owned by the same company, manipulating the prices, and as a result, it's like. Yes.
Have a profit.
Yes. True, yes. How, transfer prices by itself. It's already a big area of negotiation. And this is where accounting is blamed for a lot of possibilities of negotiation. What I'm talking about here, yes, of course. But one of the three of the ways which is available, unfortunately, none of them is 100% correct. So which way the company is choosing, it's up to them. The most important is overall not to disturb operations, first of all. Second of all, not to disturb profitability of the entire company. Because the third one is just to assign based on the market value. In our example, market value was 20. So why not to use just $20 and apply it instead of sitting and negotiating or instead of looking at the cost-based pricing. However, again, we might be leading to the wrong decisions based on market prices, simply because market price might be manipulated. Another thing is that internally, the division which is going to be selling is never going to be showing any profit because I bought it from you at 20 and I'm selling it at I don't know 20.5 as my margin. Yes.
Tax manipulation can be done.
Yes.
There are regulations that.
There are regulations about transfer pricing, very much detailed. Every single time the tax authority is watching very closely, and they're actually requesting companies to report about percentages of transfer pricing that is done, especially whenever it will be, whenever it's between the countries. Okay. There is a certain, even recently, Egyptian tax law has been adjusted in order to ask for extra information, very detailed, about the transfer price. Yes, of course they do. So this is,
But in the future,
Definitely come behind it. Come behind it, all this is costs.
Yes.
Who's extra costs.
true.
Deal with.
Can we also hear?
Not telling him it's not so easy because not just politically, his corporations, they lobby the lawmakers. Telling him the smartest consultants or finance professionals, they are tax advisors.
Yes.
So it's never gonna be very detailed or very specified.
Dr. Deep, مثلا, you know Dr. Deep, Mohammed Deep?
Not personally.
No, he was teaching you some course, I believe, no?
He was supposed to.
Okay, yes. He is one of the, with a very big experience in especially tax accounting. And as a result of his professional career, he is also participating as an advisor for the government in regard to a lot of regulations related to taxes. So, people who are seeing that, how it can be manipulated, also are advising on what are the laws that might prevent. So, definitely it's a very big area, for discussions. So, when we are looking at different types of the services which might be provided by the different departments and trying to charging operating departments with the service only provided by them, we are basically looking at those departments which are dealing with operations, for example, production. They will be doing with a lot of decisions related to centralized management of the company. And the service departments, they usually do not participate directly in the output. However, they're serving different departments in order to make the output possible. From this perspective, when we are looking at the service departments having responsibility to charge different costs, it's mainly for the perspective of not, skipping the type of manipulation that might be created whenever we are not observing it. Like, for instance, IT center. If it will be left only to perform some certain tasks without observing how much it actually costs them to perform some certain tasks on behalf of different departments, they might be as well telling the story that wasn't there or creating the numbers that did not reflect the reality. As a result, it's very hard to manage the decision making about the existence of such departments. So the service departments are encouraged to observe their costs and as a result to report it as expenses of the operating departments which are using the services of the other service departments. Most of the time it is to make sure that proper allocation or use of the resources is available, to encourage the managers to perform, to encourage the operating department not to abuse the service departments, and in general to have the fair reflection of what was going on. Most of the time, whenever we are looking at the allocation, the general rule of thumb is that variable together with the fixed cost should be charged for the operating departments on two separate notes. Variable is variable, fixed is fixed, and we will have to separate them. Another thing is that consulting departments will be in charge of calculating variable costs only based on activity that has been performed, not more, not less. So it's not that you're receiving or paying for something that you did not perform. And another, the fixed cost, we are going to be allocating it based on some certain predetermined amount, which is calculated before the period and applied to the whole plant-wise based on the number of hours of the direct hours used. The thing here is that we will calculate the fixed cost not based on average capacity, not based on minimum capacity, based on the maximum capacity. Why is that usually applicable? because a service department should be able to have enough resources to serve any type of the capacity up to the maximum capacity. They should be standing ready. That's why we are calculating here the quantity based on maximum capacity, even though it might not be actually achieved during that period. Budgeted variable and fixed costs are usually charged to the different operating departments. In order for us to look at the example, for instance, maintenance department, and there are two different sub-departments. One is dealing with cutting, another one is dealing with assembly. They calculated that budget cost of variable cost is 0.6 per machine hour, and they also calculated the maintenance cost 200,000. Out of this, 60% was used by cutting and 40% was used by assembly. Again, this is what we plan. This is what we use. In order for me now to do the variance analysis and putting it into two different departments. First of all, we will have to calculate what would be the variable costs based on budgeted amount of the labor hours that we were using. Remember, it was 0.6, but in order for us to calculate total, we are multiplying it by actual number of hours that has been produced. So as the result, both of the departments are having 48,000 and 24,000. Fixed costs, remember 200,000 is going to be allocated based on the percentage which we observed before, 40 and 60. So the total cost is going to be 168 for the cutting department and 104 for the assembly department. It's as easy as that. Let's say that there is an ambulance service. They are used by two public hospitals. Variable cost and is calculated before 4.2 per mile, and fixed cost is also available 120,000. What is going to be variable and fixed cost for each of these departments? Variable cost. Let's say we are dealing with Mercy Hospital.
Everybody,
4.2 times use 16, okay? And the fixed cost?
45%. 170,000.
50% of 122. So total. There is 121, 200, good estimation. Questions? Questions here. It's as easy as budget something in advance and after that try to allocate it to those service departments. Again, why do we do it? In order for us to be able to control the costs and observe the costs whenever the information is coming on the monthly basis. Auto or us, there is a service department and 3 sales department, new cars, used cars, and car parts. The service department cost 80,000 for both years. Contrary to good practice, Autos Ars allocates the service department cost based on sales. This is another way how companies are sometimes doing that. Instead of allocating it based on the variable and fixed costs, they are budgeted. They are allocating it based on number of the dollars in revenue that the company generates. So here, if the total sales is 3 million, different departments divided by the total 3 million is going to lead for 50%, 30%, and 20%. And as a result, 50, 30, and 20. 1,500,000 divided by 3 million. 900 divided by 3 million and 600 divided by 3 million. So 50%, since this was my sales, the logic of the sales-based allocation is to find out what is the costs and take the total 80,000 is the service department cost. 80,000 multiplied by 50% is going to be 40,000.
From where? You know, can you go back?
This plus this plus this.
Go back.
This information of 3 million is not available. Yes, but this is why this is the table here. Okay. So sales-based allocation is nothing but reporting the level of sales, calculating how much percentage of the total, and taking the cost and multiplying it by that percentage. What is the problem with this method, Bob? Sometimes some of the departments are selling more. Like, for example, let's say that's this 1,500,000, they increase it to 500 by 500,000. So they start to sell 2 million instead of 1,500,000. Yes, and as a result, what will happen in regard to my difference in comparison to the previous one? I will show more costs, although I sold more. The other departments, they didn't do anything. They sold the same amount. Just because I'm selling more, it's starting to be negative or stick for myself, basically, in comparison to the other methods of the allocation. So quite often, by the way, still the companies are using this method, but which is leading to dissatisfaction of the managers, morale is going down, and basically the departments will not be led in order to contribute to increased sales. So this is just one of the ways of allocating in comparison to taking variable fixed costs and calculating budgeted and maximum capacity in order to allocate the cost and the end of the questions. I feel that enthusiasm in the first 2 hours is higher than enthusiasm in the last 2 hours.
That's 2 hours people start.
So yes, because of the today morning oracle, but it's only men, okay? We don't care about football.
I don't care.
Yes.
Sorry, doctor, but here for the fixed cost, I think we try to make it يعني depending on the variable, which يعني not
No.
good.
True, yes. That's why I'm saying to you, this is an alternative to the previous method of allocation, and this is the proof why it's not beneficial for overall judgment about the effect of the managers. Because new branch manager should be actually receiving more since he sold more, but instead he will show higher costs, which will be making the managers to tell you did a bad job.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I have that's it. So over for today. There is a note about the responsible cost accounting, 24 pages. You can take during your. I'm not requesting this as the obligation, it's just an extra piece of information with extra examples. I believe that it will benefit minds which are thinking what, why, and stuff like this. So there are a lot of international examples. I hope that you will enjoy the reading. Any questions? I know that I'm advertising reading in Egypt, where the reading in general.
Nothing that counting actually.
No, there are not so many numbers. They're actually nice examples. Give it a try. Okay. All right. Any questions, people online?
Thank you, doctor.
Thank you, doctor.
Remember, our
Thank you.
submission is not this week. the week after. Ma'am?
Next day or next Saturday, exam.
Next Saturday, day,
Yes.
next Saturday is already the exam.
Yes.
Huh?
So it means that on Monday I will do the revision when I, yes, for another chapter.
So it's very fine chances it's good now.
Sorry, where is
Guys, revision first. Guys, something first. Revision update.
والله okay ماشي تمام. On Monday I will explain to you what will be coming in the exam and address some certain questions that might be important to pay attention for.
We will prepare a summary of the equations.
Yes, yes. Inshallah, by Monday I will share with you the equations.
And the answer of
Yes, yes, all of the, for this reason, I just want to make sure that I will not ask questions based on the cases. It will be based on activities in the end of the class and stuff like that. And maybe some theoretical questions. And what is this? Why is this? Michelle?
can we cover the exam for 5 minutes and how many questions?
I still do not know.
Why?
I'm thinking if there will be 3 questions.
But not these long story examples, because
No,
really,
because
I got confused.
Since it's going to be online, the stories are going to be maybe similar to whatever end of the class question.
Yeah, similar to this.
No, not similar to the end of the class, whatever we did today.
Let's short question and choice.
Yeah, maybe two paragraphs the question, maybe
Not
two
to,
paragraphs.
not just one paragraph.
It's not only the subject and.
I'm getting slow.
Yeah, let me think about. But anyway, I'm thinking if it is going to be 2 hours.
Let's make it maximum 100 words, so we can read the rest of the day another 100 words.
Yes.
Because in Egypt, we only read 150.
Yes, please, maybe the simplest words of the question. You see that. But really, these 3-4 paragraphs, I got confused. I start to grab a paper, piece of paper, and write everything, and then I. Please, and would be the first time for me to do an exam of the. So it's really,
I will take it into consideration, but I'm thinking about if the 2 hours, around 20.
these are about the MBA.
Three hours.
I'm thinking maybe it's been 1 chapter excluded. Until now, we covered 8 chapters, probably on 7 chapters. I think first chapter will be excluded. Yes. Starting. As in the budget, of course, I will not be expecting you to prepare the full budget. Probably there will be some information available, and I only ask you to prepare Masalan cash budget, okay, with all of the prior information, or only production budget, okay? So it's not the whole thing; it's one of them, okay?
Maybe chapter 1 excluded.
Yes. No, chapter 2, 1, all of the chapters are that, no.
But the 2 hours. Really.
2 hours.
Last time.
Hours.
Just
Exclude the last one. Why,
It's 3 hours. maybe.
why is it not to exclude this last one?
This is the easiest chapter, yeah. If you look at this,
Chapter 1 is easy.
The very bit, till the very bit.
no, in the chapter 1, there are not so many calculations.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
That's why
Okay, execute the rest of it. Okay, execute 1 and 2. I'm fine. 1 and 2 and 5.
You just start to make an exam where there is no research.
Just a little write your name and ID, right?
5 minutes exam, it's a big break.
We will put a big hand.
Yeah, I mean,
Next Monday, maybe.
I may, not example and example, the example of the question. Yes, yes. But if you think about it, يعني in every single chapter, there is exercises inside of the format. And in addition to that, in the end of the book, in the end of the chapter, in the book, there are questions. I may upload for you the solutions of those questions. You have the book already. I may upload for you solutions for those chapters, the questions. And I will also, there is a book. I send you the link. It's on the shared floor.
So let's stick to the PowerPoint.
Wait. No, how many pages is the book? 500.
I said, let's stick to the PowerPoint. PowerPoint, it's each chapter is some.
Yes, but
What would the next?
which areas to concentrate in the chapter? Because I hope that by Monday I will have exam. Yes, no news.
What, can we make it Tuesday instead of Monday?
No. Yeah, بس عندي بس انت دكتور مش هينفع عليك وانا المره اللي فاتت انت مرة عملت
بس هو قريب مستنفع معلش.
الخميس next.
But in the book, it is pretty much the same type of issues addressed in the end of the chapter. If you will go into the end of the chapter question,
and
they
as
will
very much and the chapter in the PowerPoint there is
some, not some. Whenever I'm explaining for a different, there is a calculation.
yes.
Addressing the same calculation, there are extra questions. That's the whole idea. Of course, I'm not going to be putting and pasting the same
And of
questions.
course, I'm not asking to copy and paste.
So
I'm
you
just
just-
saying that this example is more simple than the assignments. So it's going to be easy to go through.
The questions are in the book.
Okay.
All what I do, I will pick out some, so I'm going to give you solution of those questions. Okay? For some of the chapters, I already provided the activities and stuff like this. There is always questions and answers.
That's what I'm.
Yes. I think this will be the case.
We will pose the same question and
Yeah.
and we will do the big heart. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Any questions? Mafish, good luck. You have 1 week.
Thank you, Doctor.
Okay, alhamdulillah. Okay. I will not judge harshly. Okay.
And then because assignment, I think, and then the other half is with the second assignment.
Okay, Mish.